Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome video on the channel. So in this video, we'll be building a full stack AI travel planner app in Next.js using the Superbase as backend. And if you find it interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So usually, most travel apps make you fill out forms, dates, number of people, your budget range and checkboxes. But in this project, we're going to build something different. So you just talk, and as you talk with the AI, every real place that gets mentioned drops onto a live map just next to the conversation. So let me show you what exactly we are building, and there you go. So this is what we're going to build in this particular project. So let's say once the user is logged in, so at this particular point of time the user is logged in. As you can see, this is my user email and we are into /chat. Okay, so this is your chat shell. So chat is going to be towards the left hand side. It's going to take about 45 to 50% of the screen space, and towards the right hand side we're going to show the map. All right, so here towards the left hand side we're going to have a nice looking sidebar, which is obviously collapsible as well. It's looking pretty neat, and you can try to create a new chat. Okay, and these are all of the recent chats that this specific user has done to get a itinerary or to get the places for a particular place. Now let's exactly see what happens when you enter a chat or when you enter in chat for a specific place. All right, so now let's come back to the chat panel over here, and then I'm going to enter a prompt that is plan a 3-day trip to Udaipur, and you should watch everything. That is what happens towards the chat and what happens towards the map as well. Let's press on enter, and boom, there you go. Some unique animation is going to happen towards the right hand side, and just like that in the chat panel we're able to see all of the details. As you can see, your Jagdish temple is there, then all of the and your boat ride on Lake Pichola and your Jag Mandir, and for day 2 it has given all of the other details. And towards the right hand side it's going to show the pins as soon as the chat is going to finish. As you can see, the animation is loading properly fine, and boom, just like that, as you can see, all of the pins are loading and it is completed. Okay, so these are all of the pins, that is with respect to the places that it has given. Okay, and as you can see, it has even underlined some places, that is your city palace. These are the famous places in Udaipur, and as you hover over any of the place, you can even see the information related to that, as you can see, just like this. Okay, that is your image as well as the ratings for that specific place. So that was with respect to your Jagadish temple. This is your boat ride on Lake Pichola. Furthermore, we have your this place, your Ambarai restaurant. So it is even given your dinner, places to eat, places to visit, famous places. Okay, and some quick tips. As you can see, it's also given the best time to visit, that's October to March, which is correct. And the stay, also getting around, that is auto rickshaws, tuk-tuks, or rent a scooter for the day. All right, and also over here on the top, if you would observe, we are generating a unique chat ID for each trip. Okay, so this is a plan a 3-day trip to Udaipur. So as soon as the chat completed, we are able to see that onto the screen, that is a new chat got created. Okay, and these are all of the places that the map is given to us. As you can see, all of the places are there over here. You can take a look at it. So that's what we're going to build. All right, so that's how your chat works. And if at all you press on any other chat, it's going to load the conversation, whatever the user has done. Let's say I'm going to go to this chat. There you go, loading conversation, and boom, just like that, I have asked what are the 3 top places to visit in Bali. So it's giving all of these 3 places over here. As you can see, these are all of the 3 places. Alright, so this was the history, just got loaded once I pressed on the 3rd chat. And you can also delete the chat as well. Let's say I want to delete your 5 days in Kyoto. Delete, and there you go, that chat got deleted from this specific user account. So you can press on new chat, again it's going to come back to the original state over here. So yes, that's what we'll be implementing in this particular video. And we also have the itinerary section as well, even that is functional once I press on itinerary. As you can see, for this particular chat, no itinerary is created yet. I'm just going to say generate itinerary, and boom, just like that, it's building your itinerary and it's showing some unique animations over here below. Let's wait for this to complete. And just like that, as you can see, it has generated our itinerary for 3 days, because that's what we had asked. Okay, so morning it's asking us to visit your city palace, that's pretty famous in Udaipur, and then late morning we can visit the temple, Afternoon, you can check out your third place, that is Lake Pichola boat ride, and evening this place, and then night at your Ambarai restaurant. Same thing goes for day number 2 as well. It is given properly all of the details, and you can also regenerate the itinerary if at all you're not interested in this. Okay, and just like that, as you hover over any of the place, it's going to show all of the details and images with respect to that specific place over here, just like this. Okay, so if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and let's get started with the project. So this is what we'll be building. I'll also be showing you the home page, that's the landing page, and once you press on the trips over here, all of the trips that the user is created is going to be shown over here, as you can see, just like this. Okay, so what are the 3 top places to visit in Bali and somewhere offbeat in the path of Europe? And this is the one that we just created, that's updated 4 minutes ago, which is plan a 3-day trip to Udaipur. So this is an image from Udaipur, so it's going to get it in a dynamic way, and based on whatever place you search for, it's going to pick that image and then set it as the cover photo URL over here. Alright, so yeah, once you press on logout, automatically you should be brought back to the main page. As you can see, this also is looking pretty neat and clean. So this is basically your landing page. So over here the design language is deliberately, cartographic, like your paper background is there, that's called a paper background. So your grid lines is also present, and we're going to have different kinds of map projections over here towards the right hand side, and some really clean looking UI, right? And here we have the second section which says how it works. So we're going to say tell Atlas what you're after, a vibe, a budget, or anything, who's coming. The more you share, the sharper your map gets. Okay, and yeah, login is obviously there. So once you press on get started or login, you need to enter your email, and we'll be sending a magic link to that specific email. Once you press on that link, automatically you should be navigated to /chat. Let me just show you that. I'm going to enter my email and then continue with email, sending, and boom, just like that, it says welcome to Atlas, sign in to start planning, check your email for a magic link. That's basically your sign in link. So there you go, this is my magic link. I'm just going to say sign in, and automatically there you go, we are logged into /chat. Okay, again you can chat with your AI and you can get in all of the other details. So yes, this is what we'll be building in this particular project. So if you find it interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a fresh new Next.js project, that is a front-end foundation part. So let's go ahead and then do that. So first of all, I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my other projects are present. Okay, so here I'm going to execute the command, that is npx create next app atlas, and then -- typescript your ESLint app no source directory, and then import alias add star, and then use npm. So atlas here is my project name, so you can give any name you want to give. I'm just going to say atlas new, and I'm just going to execute this command such that our project is going to get created within your atlas folder or your atlas new folder. So let's press on enter over here. So there you go, it says created a new Next.js app in this location. It's currently using npm because we've asked it to use npm, and it's installing all of the required project dependencies. So let's wait for a couple of minutes for the project to get initialized, and then we can go ahead and then look into the project structure. So let's give it some time. Okay, and as you can see, it says initialized a git repository success, created atlas new project at this specific location, that is your build folder. Okay, let's verify that. Let's first of all press on file, open folder, and go into your build, and then the first project. Let's press on enter. Okay, so here this towards the left hand side is the initial files and all of your different files and folders that Next.js gives us once when we initialize a fresh new Next.js project. And this is your main app router that we have. We're going to use app router itself while implementing all of the app routes and different kinds of routes in our application. So this is the main route layout, and this is going to be the main page.tsx. So as soon as I run the Next.js application, this design is going to be shown onto the web page. Okay, you can verify that. Let's press on terminal and then new terminal. So as you can see, we are correctly into the project directory. So here I'm going to say yarn run and then dev, enter. So once I press on localhost 3000, As you can see, just like that, we're able to see the page.tsx being shown onto the web page, and it's currently running on localhost 3000. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is we're going to make use of TypeScript for coding, as I earlier told, and then we're going to use your Tailwind CSS for the styling part. But there is a catch over here. We're going to use your Tailwind CSS version 3 and not version 4, because while styling I found some configuration issues. So we're going to stick back to Tailwind 3 where no issues are present. So for that we need to install the package that is Tailwind CSS 3, because currently 4 is present, and it also expects us to install post CSS as well as your auto prefixer. These are the required dev dependencies for Tailwind version 3. So I'm just going to say yarn add and then all of these packages. Okay, I think I copied the wrong command. Let me just change that. So let me just manually write it. So it's going to be yarn add -d your Tailwind CSS add 3 okay, and I'm going to say post CSS and auto prefixer. Let's press on enter and let's install all of these. So let's give it some time. So there you go, it has completed. But yeah, I think just now it got initialized over here within your package.json. Okay, so now the next step is to create a tailwind.config.ts file that is required for the configuration. So go on to the root level and then new file. I'm going to say tailwind.your config.ts. okay, here I'm just going to add in all of the code. You can take a look at it. This is also going to take in your theme and the colors that we're going to use along with the font family as well. So enter it over here. Okay, so this is your entire tailwind.config.ts. so here I've entered ./app. so within that, any file with respect to JS, TS, GSX, TSX or MDX, the tailwind style is going to get applied. Similarly for your ./components, within that, any folder or file with your extensions just like this, for that tailwind CSS should be applied. Okay, and I've included the theme object. Within that, extend, add in all of the colors, and these are the font families that we're going to use. And we're also going to use the Tailwind CSS typography as well. So I think this package is required. Not sure if it is installed within the package or JSON. Yeah, so this also is a dev dependency. So I'm going to say yarn add -d and then that specific package. Okay, so next I think we need to make the changes within the post css.config.mjs. So this is with respect to the Tailwind version 4, whereas we're going to write the code with respect to version 3. So I'm going to say const config is going to be equals to add in all of your plugins over here. Okay, and I'm going to say Tailwind CSS is going to have an object and the auto prefixer. So don't need to import it, you can just add it over here. That is going to be a empty object, and we can try to export your default config. So here I'm going to say export default config. Let's try to save the file. So next is with respect to your app.global.css, that is this one. So yeah, here we're going to remove everything and we're going to add 3 Tailwind classes, that is base, components as well as your utilities. Let's try to add in this part. So that's going to look something like this. Okay, so I've added all of the designs basically, that is even with respect to your animations as well. So you can pause for a bit, you can screenshot this and you can ask AI to give you the code. You can pretty much use this. Okay, so yeah, these are the required things for your Tailwind CSS configuration for version 3. And for the entire body, this is going to be our color code as you've seen in the demo part of the video. Okay, and this is the font family. That's how we access it. That is with the help of var and then font inter. And this is your signature element, that is for latitude, longitude, your grid structure as you saw in the background, like a map projection part. So this is going to be the style for that. That is the map grid class. Okay, Next is your hairline dashed route line between different elements. For that, we're going to have the route line class, and these are required for all of the animations while implementing the map part. And this is the class names for orbit spin as well as the orbit counter spin. This is also required for the map part itself. Okay, so you can take a look at it, you can screenshot this, and then you can ask the code. It should be able to give it to you in seconds. So yeah, this is the globals.css file. So now next we can move on to the next part. That is going to be your app and then layout.tsx. So let's come back over here. So currently over here we have different fonts. Okay, so we're going to use our fonts, that is with respect to our project. So I'm going to use this font that is known as Francis and enter. All of this are going to be coming from Next Font Google itself, and then IBM Plex Mono. Okay, so this is the one. So let's initialize it for the Francis. I'm going to say const, not over there. So const Francis is going to be equals to your Francis. Here pass on your variable, that is going to be font, and then Francis subsets is going to be equals to Latin. Style, I'm going to say normal, and then italic. I'm going to say axis, that is going to be OPSZ, and then soft, and then wonk. Okay, that's it. Similarly, I'm going to add it for the inter font. You can take a look at it. That's going to come right below this one. Okay, next it's going to be for the Plex Mono. So I'm going to say const Plex Mono equals to your IBM Plex Mono and your variable, that is going to be font Plex and then mono. Next I'm going to say your subsets, that is going to be in Latin. Apart from that, finally your weight, that is going to be 400 and then 500. So that's pretty much it. You can remove these two fonts, not required for now. So what we're currently trying to do is we're trying to load the 3 fonts, that is with respect to our specific project. So yeah, this is done. So let's also make the change for the title. So instead of create next app, it is going to say Atlas plan it by talking about it. Description is going to be Atlas is a chat first trip planner. I'm going to say describe what you want and every real place mentioned gets pinned live on a map. Correct, that's what our project does. So real place mentioned gets pinned live on a map. All right, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's come back to the HTML bit over here. So where we have return, so instead of the class name it says this one, we're going to say francis.variable. That's how we initialize it. And then this is going to say enter.variable. Next we're going to say then plex mono.variable. Add in one more dollar and then plex mono.variable. This is going to remain as is, and even this is also going to remain as is. Let's try to save the file. So yep, this part is complete. We have loaded all of the fonts to our main layout.tsx. Alright, so now the next step is let's look into the UI bit, that is to design your home page hero section. That is going to look something like this, a really nice looking nav bar, and onto the background we're going to have that grid kind of structure as you're able to see over here. Okay, and onto the left side we have some design, and onto the right side we have some floating images. That is going to look something like this. Alright, so for that let's go into your components folder and create a hero.tsx file where we have our app. I think we need to create a new components folder onto the route level. So I'm going to say new folder, components. Here it is going to be your hero.tsx. Alright, so I'm just going to get in the data over here that I'm going to use to design. That is going to be the places data, just like this. So let's try to save the file. And first of all, let's try to export default function hero. So export default function hero. Okay, here we can directly try to implement the return block design. Let's say return over here. And within the page.tsx, let's try to render the method. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to make use of a section over here. Save the file. Let's come back to your page.tsx. Let's remove everything that's present over here, and I'm going to have a main tag. Basically within the main tag I'm going to show my hero component from the components folder. Let's check out the design, and boom, just like that, as you can see, our design got changed and even the background is matching. The main reason being the globals.css, because if you would check it out over here, for the background we have given colors.paper. Okay, so yeah, that part is done. So now let's continue designing your hero.tsx and let's make it look something like this. Okay, so yeah, let's come back to your hero.tsx over here, and within your section we're gonna have basically your nav bar. That's gonna be the next step. So I'm gonna say nav over here. Within that we're gonna have two divs. Within that we're gonna have a span that is gonna say atlas. Next we're gonna have one more span that is gonna say live trip planner. Save the file. Let's check it out. As you can see, that is being shown onto the screen. We want it to look something like this. Okay, so first of all, for the section I'm going to give the class name, that is map grid, directly, because we can use it over here since we have defined within the globals.css. So let's just say directly map grid as the class name. Save the file. Let's check it out over here, and boom, as you can see, just like that, we're able to see that design over here. That is the grid. Okay, so let's give the next part relative. Overflow is hidden, border is going to be B, and your border is going to be offline. And for the nav, I'm going to say class name relative. It's going to have a z of 10, so it appears on top and not below. Flex, items of center, justify of between, px of 8, py of 6, md is going to be px of 14. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that, this is just looking a little better. So let's give the design for the text, which says atlas, class name, font of display, text of 2XL, italic, text is going to be of pine. For this one, it's going to have chord tag, it's going to be hidden basically and small, and from the small screens it's going to be inline. Save, and there you go. Just like that, that is looking pretty neat. So this step is done. Next are all of your divs with the href. Even for this there is some styling, gap of 2. Here let's have in a div, basically let's have all of your a tags. I'm gonna say how it works. I'm just gonna add this a couple of times. Let's format once. Next it's gonna be for creators and then pricing. So for creators, next it's gonna be pricing. Save the file. As you can see, that is looking pretty good, but it needs to come to the center part. Yeah, that should be done. Let's do it. And for your div, class name, hidden on the small screen, item center, gap is gonna be of 8, font is gonna be of body, text of SM, text ink of soft, MD is gonna be equals to flex. And there you go. Just like that, it is looking the exact same thing, but once when we design the login and then get started, it should be able to push this towards the center part. All right, so let's do that. That's going to be the next step. So below this, I'm going to have one more div. Within that, it's going to have a button that is going to be login. Below this, we're going to have one more button that is going to be get started. Save the file. Let's pass on the design for this. Class name, font is going to be of body, text of SM, text ink of soft, and once I hover over it, I'm going to say text is going to be of ink. Next for this, it's going to be rounded of full, BG of ink, that's kind of black color, PX of 5, PY of 2, font is going to be of body, text SM, text of paper, transition. Once I give hover, I'm going to say BG of pine. Save, and there you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty good. And now it expects to give a gap, so it looks even more better. So let's go into the div and then class name, flex, item center, gap of 3. Save the file, and there you go. As you can see, that's looking pretty good. So now next, let's design your hero content. That's going to be the next step. So that's going to happen below your nav bar. So this is the left part of the design. We're going to have one more div. Within that, a span tag. I'm going to have the design for that. You can take a look at it. Save the file. And there you go. Just like that, we have that chat to map real-time pins. So this is the design for that. You can look into this. Next, we're going to have a h1 tag, which is going to say planet by a em tag. I'm going to say talking about it. So for your em tag, I'm going to say class name. It should be in italic, as you can see. So italic, text is going to be of pine. For h1, font is going to be of display, text is going to be of 5XL, leading is going to be of 1.05, tracking is going to be of tight, text of ink, okay, and medium, I'm going to say text is going to be of 6XL. Save. Let's look into the design, and there you go. Just like that, that is looking pretty neat. Let's finish giving the design for your outermost div. Class name, again relative, z of 10, mx is going to be auto, so it centers itself, a grid, max width of 7XL, Next, I'm gonna say grid calls of 1, a gap of 10, px of 8, pb of 28, pt of 10, and from medium grid calls of 2, and again from medium it's going to be px of 14. Save. There you go, just like that. It's looking pretty good. So since we have given from medium screen, it should be grid calls of 2, so it's going to come in 2 columns just like this, and it's taking some extra space because we have given it the max width as well as mx of auto. Okay, so the inner view is also going to have some design being given. You can take a look at it. So flex call justify of center. So yeah, that's looking fine. So now next we're gonna have a p tag. I'm gonna add the text for that, and you can take a look at it. First of all, let's add the design. Empty of 6, max width, pass on this, md, font of body, text of base, leading is gonna be relaxed, text ink of soft, and save the file. So now let me add the content as well so that you should be able to see that onto the screen. So instead of this, I'm going to add the p tag. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that. This is looking pretty neat. Next is with respect to the see in action button as well as the start planning button. So yeah, let's minimize this, and then below your p tag we're going to have a div. Gonna have a button which is gonna say start planning. Design for the button over here, rounded is gonna be full, bg is gonna be pine, px of 6, py of 3, font is gonna be body, text of sm, font is going to be medium, text of paper, transition, and once it's hover, I'm going to say bg is going to be ink. There you go, just like that. That's looking pretty neat. Okay, next is with respect to the see it in action button. So here I'm going to say see it in action, pass on the class name for this. So this is also going to have a span, and I'll be adding that flex item center, gap of 2, font of body, text sm, your font is going to be medium, text is going to be ink, and once I hover over it, it's going to be text pine. Save. I'll be also adding the span tag that is going to be a icon kind of design. So let's add it over here. Save. There you go, just like that. It's looking neat. So for the div, I'm gonna add the class name, some margin top, flex item center, gap of 4. There you go, that's looking pretty cool. Next is your coordinate stamp row. That's gonna have all of these details. Okay, my bad, let me add it over here below your div. Let's add in one more div, within that one more div. Here we're going to say 12,400 plus, and then places pinned this week, font of display, text of 2xl, text of ink, here class name, code of tag. Similarly, copy this down one more time. Here it should be 38, and we're going to say country is covered over here. Alright, and for the outermost div, I'm going to pass on the class name. I'm going to say route line empty of 12, flex, gap of 8, pt of 6. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty good. So now right, we're going to have all of your floating place cards on a page of an atlas, just like this. Okay, you can try to modify the image and put in better travel images, but for now I'm just going to stick on to this. So right below your this view, I'm going to say div, having a svg tag over here. Within that, I'm going to add your designs. You can take a look at it. So you can take a look at all of these designs. Save. Okay, so this is just like the connection part. As you can see, that got added. So now next, I'm going to map over my places over here. I'm going to say places dot map. For every place, I'm going to have a div tag over here. Within the div, I'm going to have one more piece of div. Okay, and next I'm going to have your image. Within the div, import image from next/image. Save the file, and this is the design for the image. And for the div, I'm going to pass on the class name. It's going to be relative and a height of 32. Width is going to be a full. Overflow is going to be of hidden, and rounded of LG. Okay, so it expects the key prop. Yeah, we need to provide it to the div over here. Key is going to be equals to your p dot name. Yeah, the next step is to actually set your hostname, otherwise it wouldn't allow. That is Next.js. So we need to make the changes within your next.config.js. Let's go ahead and do that. So we need to allow the host name, that's going to be piscum.photos. Let's come back to your next.config.js. Yeah, so over here I'm going to say images, remote patterns, protocol is going to be HTTPS, and host name is going to be piscum.photos. So it should work now. There you go. Just like that, as you can see, all of the images are being shown. Okay, let's design this properly now. Come back to your component. For the class of your div, let's provide the design, class name, make use of backticks, absolute. I'm going to say if my p dot class name, use that, as well as p dot rotate as well. Next, I'm going to say a rounded of XL, a slide border. Border is going to be of line. Alright, next I'm going to say BG is going to be of paper. Some internal spacing, that's going to be padding of 2. And I'm going to add the shadow color. You can take a look at it. It is going to be just like this. Okay, save. And there you go. Just like that, we're able to see all of the images being shown. Okay, that's good. Let's just align it properly. So below your div, we're going to have a span with the icon. Below your image, it's going to look something like this. And these are the designs for it. Let's try to save, and then let's look into it. So this is basically that orange color icon onto the images. It just gives a nice look to it. So I've added that. So below the div, I'm going to have one more piece of div. Within that, I'm going to have a span, which is going to say p dot name, pass on the class name that is going to be font of display, text of base, text of ink, and for the outermost div I'm going to say class name empty of 2, flex, items of baseline, justify of between. Okay, next below the div I'm going to have a span that's going to be just like this, and show the coordinate value. So p.coord, pass on your design for this, that's going to be coord tag. Save, and there you go, just like that. This is looking pretty nice. Now for the outermost design I'm going to give the div that is going to be this specific div, so everything gets aligned properly fine. It's going to be relative to the parent, hidden as well on the small screen, and min height of 520 pixels, and I'm going to say from the medium screen it's going to be display of block. Okay, so there is some issue with respect to the design part. Let me just look into that, if at all any other designs have been missed. Okay, so this should come after this. I think it's just a div below. Save the file, and there you go, just like that. Yeah, that was a small issue. So yes, this part is complete. So now we can move on to the next step, that is how it works section. Alright, so as you can see, this is your how it works section, as you have seen in the demo part of the video. So this is just a good UI to the user, saying that how exactly our app works, and they can chat with our chat system that we have developed, and it's going to give all of the information with respect to their particular travel questions, or if they have any itinerary to create, even that is going to work properly fine. So this is going to be the next step, that is to design your how it works section. Let's do this. Come back to your components again, and then create a new file that is going to be howitworks.tsx. So here again I'm going to get in all of the photos as well as the interests data, that is going to be your beach towns, your hidden gems, nightlife, and all of these. And let me just add it to your main page onto the top over here. So here you go, these are the details that we're going to use. So interest is again an array of objects containing your label as well as the class name with your icon, and photos is again a array of objects containing your image and the class name. Okay, class name is directly given, so you can take a look at it. So this is the data we're going to use to design this specific component, that is how it works. So let's define your export default, how it works over here. I'm going to say export default function how it works. Here I'm going to say return, and I'm going to pass on this section. So here this is going to take in an ID that is going to say how it works. Next, class name for this, we're going to give that in just a bit. So within this we're going to have a div and a span as well, which is going to have one more span within this, that is going to be self and closing. Here it's going to say the route. Class name height of 1.5, width of 1.5, rounded is going to be full, BG is going to be pine. And for the above span I'm going to say class name, again coord tag, MB of 4, inline of flex, item center, justify center as well, and a gap of 2. Let's check out the design. I think first we need to import it onto our page.tsx. So let's come back to page, and here I'm going to say how it works. save, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see that the route coming. So let's continue designing this. So for this specific div, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be mx of auto, max width of 3xl, text is going to be of center. Okay, so after the span, I'm going to have a h2 tag, which is going to have how it works. Class name, font is going to be display, text to 4xl, tracking is going to be tight, text of ink, md, text of 5xl. Okay, next I'm going to have a p tag with some information that is going to look just like this, that is tell at least what you're after. Okay, that specific part, add it over here. Save the design. Let's check out our design. There you go, just like that. It's looking pretty neat. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Let me give the design to your outermost view that was pending. It's going to be relative, bg of paper again, px of 8, py of 28, and on the medium screen it's going to be px of 14. Let's try to save the file, and there you go, just like that. This is looking pretty neat. Next is for your centered scattered cluster. That is going to look something like this. That's the next step. So let's try to have an outermost div for this. I'm going to map over my photos. I'm going to say photos dot map for every photo and then the index. I'm going to have a div. Okay, here I'm going to have your image, import image from next image, pass on the src, that is going to be your p.image, that's going to be empty, that's the alt, and it's going to be fill, class name, object cover. So for the div, I'm going to say class name, it's going to be relative, mx of auto, empty of 16, height is going to be 420 pixels, and then max width of 4xl, and here I'm going to say md hidden, from the medium screen the height is going to be equals to 460 pixels. So yeah, add in just like this. And for the div, key is going to be equals to your index, pass on the class name, it's going to be basically a conditional styling, absolute positioning, add in that, height of 32, width of 24, that's for the image part, overflow is going to be hidden, rounded is going to be XL, a slight border, and then border is going to be of line, and I'm going to be adding the shadow and the remaining part of the design for this. You can take a look at it. Alright, so save the file, and as you can see, just like that, all of these are looking pretty neat and clean. Okay, so next is with respect to the interests. We're going to map over that as well. So come back over here. So I'm going to say interests dot your map for every interest and then your index. I'm going to say span. Within that, I'm going to have one more span, which is going to show your it dot icon, and apart from that, below it's going to be it dot your label. Save. There you go, just like that, everything is being shown. Again, for the span, it expects us to give the key, so key is going to be equals to index. It's also going to have a class name, absolute positioning, it's going to have a flex container, items of center, gap is going to be of 2, rounded is going to be a full, border is going to be of line, and then I'm going to say bg paper, px of 4, py of 2, font is going to be of body, text of sm, next text of ink, and then your shadow design, just as we have done it previously. I'm going to add it over here. You can take a look at it. That's the complete design for the span tag. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that, everything is scattered in the correct position, and it's looking pretty neat and clean as well. So yeah, we can move on to the next bit. That is going to be for your A. That is, we have a letter which says A that is centered over here. Let me add that design over here. You can take a look at it. There you go, that got added. The next is your chat input preview component. Let me go ahead and then design that bit. For that, a external div, we're going to have a span which is going to say type to begin. Below the span, I'm going to have one more div. Within that, I'm going to have a button which is going to say plus. Next, I'm going to have an input field. Here I'm going to say type is going to be equals to text. Placeholder, it is going to be equals to try. Let's just add it like this. Plan a 5-day trip to Kyoto under $1,500. Next, it's going to have the class name. So flex of 1, bg of transparent, font of body, text of sm, text is going to be of ink, and for the placeholder, text is going to be ink soft, and once I focus, the outline is going to be none. Save the file, and there you go. It's looking just like this. Let's design the outer part of it so it looks properly fine. That's the div. Item center, gap is going to be of 3, rounded is going to be of 2xl, a border is going to be of line, bg of paper, px of 5, py of 4, and then again the shadow part of it. I'm just going to give the design for this. You can look into this. Save. As you can see, just like that, is looking good. Since we've given flex of 1, it's taking the entire space. Okay, we need to pass on a mx of auto and then some max width so that it takes up this much space itself. So for the outermost div, class name, mx of auto, empty of 10, max width of 2xl. Save. Now you can check it out. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So now the text which says type to begin, let's pass on the design for that. So yeah, class name, it's going to have code tag class name, mb of 2, block, and then text of center. Class name, I'm going to say text ink of soft, and then hover, I'm going to say text of ink. And boom, just like that. As you can see, this part is working totally fine. You can go back to your main component, that's the hero component, and once they press on how it works, I guess we can scroll to this part. Okay, we just need to give the ID. That's the only thing. So let's say if at all you want to come to the hero.tsx where we have your a tag, we can pass it just like this. There you go. As I press on how it works, it is going to come to this specific component. So now this part is done. So now the next step is we're going to initialize the Supabase project that is set up the authentication part and all of the backend related stuff. So let's dive into that bit now. Alright, so now let's create a fresh new Supabase project. Let's head over to Chrome. Okay, head over to supabase.com and over there let's create a new project. So yeah, press on new project and then give a project name. So I'm gonna say Atlas project. You can give it any name you want to give, and then for database password I'm going to say suggest strong password and use the strong password. Okay, and over here I'm going to pass on something that is nearby to my place, that is, let's say Mumbai. Okay, and you can just say create project over here. So yeah, let's actually wait for a couple of minutes for the project to load. There you go, it is loading. So currently it is checking your health status and all of the required things. So make sure you copy down your project URL. That is going to be this one. So first of all, let's come back to the front end part and then let's create a .env file onto the route level. So I'm going to say .env .local. So I'm going to be adding all of the required keys over here. You can take a look at it and make sure to use your own Google Maps API key, because once the video is out, this will be disabled. It won't be available. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to make the change for your Supabase URL as well as the Supabase anon key. Come back to Chrome and copy down the URL. This is the URL. And yeah, make the change over here. Save. Next, I'm going to say project settings. And you can come back to your API key section where we have the legacy anon keys. As you can see, this is your anon public key. So just copy that down and then we can add it over here. Okay, so let's try to save the file. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is to create your two clients, that is a browser client. So for that we're going to have a Supabase folder and then having a client.ts, and we're also going to have some code for the server components that is going to read the session from cookies. Okay, so for that we're going to have Supabase server.ts. all right, so now we can create a lib folder onto the root level of our application. I'm going to say Supabase new file, that is going to be client.ts. so first of all, let's install the package that is required for implementing this. So clear, I'm going to say yarn add Supabase ssr. Apart from this, we also need your Supabase and then Supabase /gs. So let me add that as well. So yarn add Supabase and then Supabase gs. Let's install this as well, and let's try to implement the coding part over here. So I'm going to say initially import create browser client from your Supabase ssr. Okay, next here I'm going to say export function create client. Okay, next here I'm going to say return create browser client of process.env dot your next underscore public underscore Supabase URL. Next is going to be similarly process dot your env dot next underscore public underscore Supabase underscore anon key. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much it. So with the help of your create client method, we can try to initialize the browser client just like this. So this is done. So this is done using these two variables, that is by passing your project URL as well as the Supabase anon key. Next, similarly, we need it for your server as well. So we're going to say server.ts. So this is actually required for the server components that is going to help in reading the session from your cookies. Okay, so I'm going to say new file server.ts. all right, so onto the top, let's import. I'm going to say create server client over here instead of client. So here, if you remember, we chose browser client. Here it's going to be server client. All right, let's also import cookies from your next headers. That is this one. So export async function. This is going to be create client. Okay, so no parameters over here. We can try to remove that. And over here, I'm going to say const cookies, not cookies, const cookie store equals to await cookies. All right. Next, I'm going to say return create server client, and I'm going to say process.env dot your next superbase, next public superbase URL, comma similarly process.env dot next public superbase anon key. Okay, so over here, next, I'm going to say your cookies value is going to be equals to, we have the get all function. So it's going to get all of the cookies. Okay, so I'm going to say get all, return your cookie store dot get all. And apart from that, over here, I'm going to say set all. That's the next method. This in turn is going to take in your cookies to set. So I'm going to say cookies to set, having a try, and then catch. So within the try, I'm just going to say cookies to set dot for each your name, value, and then the options. Is gonna be your cookie store dot set your name, comma value, and then your options. I think just a single parenthesis, not like this. So there you go. So that's pretty much it. So this step is complete. So next we're going to look into is your middlewares. That is important. Okay. So it's going to be protecting your routes on the server side. So we're going to have a middleware.ts file onto the project root. So this is going to run on every matching request before the page even renders onto the screen. Okay. So it basically is going to refresh the auth session, and critically it's going to block the unauthenticated requests to /chat before any React code actually runs. So that's the reason we need to write this middleware. That is important for every request. So I'm going to say middleware.ts. Okay. So create this onto the project root, and onto the top, I'm just going to, import the required things. You can take a look at it. And here I'm going to say export async function your middleware. This in turn is going to have a request of type next request. Here I'm going to say let superbase response equals to next response dot next of your request. Okay. Here I'm going to say const superbase equals to create, again, server client. This in turn is going to take in two things that we have passed in previously. You can just copy that down. That is your next public superbase URL as well as next public superbase anon key. Okay, just like this. And over here again, with respect to the cookies, I'm just going to copy down the same method we had previously. That is going to be get all, exact same code, no changes. And after this, I'm going to say set all of cookies to set. And here I'm going to say cookies to set dot your for each your name, comma value. Here I'm going to say request dot cookies dot set with respect to the name, comma value. Okay, let's give a format once. So yeah, after this over here, we're going to say superbase response equals to, we're going to say next response dot, we do have the next method. This in turn is going to take in your request. Okay, next I'm going to say cookies to set dot for each your name and then value comma your options. Here we're going to say superbase response dot cookies dot set. It's going to have your name, value, and then your options. Okay, so there you go. So you can take a look at it. So the next step is, let's try to initialize your data that's going to be coming from your superbase.auth.user, and based on that we're going to route over here. Okay, so below this I'm going to say const data that's going to have the user info equals to await superbase.auth.get user. Okay, so important thing is, do not run the code between your create server client and then the get user, because a simple mistake here can cause random hard to debug session bugs. Okay, so let's not do that part. So here I'm going to say const is protected route is going to be equals to your request dot, we have the next URL dot access the path name dot starts with, that's going to be /chat. That's the main route. Okay, and here I'm going to check if not of, if is protected route and not of user. Here I'm going to say const redirected URL is going to be equals to new URL and just / that is going to be request.url. Next here I'm going to say redirect URL dot your search params dot, I'm going to say set, it's going to be with respect to the auth and then required. Next here I'm going to say return your next response dot redirect of your redirected URL. So next over here I'm going to say return your superbase response. That's pretty much it. So next I'm just going to have in your config being exported. Okay, you can take a look at it. So let's understand in detail what exactly this specific file or your middleware.ts does. Okay, so this is a Next.js middleware function that runs before every request, as I explained earlier. So it's going to run before every request matching the matcher configuration. So its main purpose is to check whether the user is authenticated or not. Okay, so it's basically going to protect your chat route. That means only your authenticated users can access this. If not, it should be pushing the user to your home page itself. They cannot be able to access the chat. And we're also going to refresh the user's authentication session when needed as well. Okay, so yeah, that's what it's going to do. So here we're going to use the create server client method as you've done previously. So this creates a superbase client that works on the server side. Okay, next we have your middleware function. So every request matching the matcher calls this function, that is going to be this one right over here. Okay, that's the main function. So imagine your user visits /chat, that is going to be this one. Okay, so your execution is going to start from there. So next is we're going to create a response that is going to be with the help of this specific line. So this means continue the request normally, do not redirect yet. So you can think of it like this: incoming request is coming, that is /chat, and as of now we're just trying to continue. So we're basically trying to store it in a variable, because later Superbase may modify this response by adding updated cookies. So that's the reason we're implementing it just like this. Next, we're trying to create the Superbase server client with the help of all of these values. It needs a project URL or anonymous key, just like this we have passed. And the reason we are passing cookies over here is, that is with the help of this cookies object, because authentication in Superbase is stored inside cookies. Okay, so without your cookies, Superbase has no idea who actually the current user at that particular point of time is. Okay, whereas the middleware is going to tell Superbase, here's how to read the cookies. So that's the reason we've added all of these methods over here. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So apart from that, over here we are trying to get the current user. So this is the important authentication check. So internally Superbase reads the access token from the cookies and it validates the GWT. If expired, it's going to refresh it, else next it's going to return the authenticated user. So here we are trying to also do the protection of the route. That's how we do it. Okay, and here we are trying to redirect the unauthenticated users, meaning if at all it's a protected page and if at all you're not logged in, then you need to redirect. So it's going to look something like this. Okay, so yeah, that's the next step, and we are creating your redirected URL as well. That is going to be this one. That is the one which we have written over here. And next we've also added the query parameter in the next line. So it's going to become something like this. For example, that is / auth is going to be equals to required. So in this case, your homepage can actually inspect this query parameter and show a login model or a message like please sign in to continue if at all they're not logged in. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And this over here is exactly the matcher that we were talking about. So this is basically a regular expression, as you can see, which tells Next.js that which request should run through the middleware. So it includes application routes like all of these, like login, your chat 123 for that specific route, and / profile. Okay, so yeah, that's what exactly your entire middleware.ts does. Okay, so you can take a look at this once again if at all you've missed something. Save the file. Now let's initialize your Justin for the state management part. So here onto the route level, I'm going to say yarn add Justin. Okay, so if that got installed, so now we can create the store that is going to be lib store. This is going to be your use auth model store.ts. So yeah, let's go and then write the code for this. That is for the use auth model store. We're going to have all of the implementations required for the authentication part and all of the useful information as well. That is if at all the user is logged in or logged out state. So come back to lib and then your use auth model store. Okay, here I'm going to say type auth model state equals to is open, that is going to be boolean, and open over here is going to be void, close is going to be void as well. Next I'm going to say export const use auth store model store equals to create method from Justin, not from domain. So this is the one from Justin. It's going to have a type of your auth model state. So it's going to check whether or not your model is open or in closed state. Okay, you're taking the set value. Initially is open is going to be false, and let's try to have in the open over here. I'm going to say set is open is going to be true. Next, finally we're going to have your close method. Here I'm going to say again set your is open is going to be false. So there you go. So that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file. So this is the entire auth model store. So now the next step is to actually design an auth model, as you saw in the demo part of the video. That is, if at all they're signed in or not signed in, you need to show a model at the center part of the screen to actually sign in. And if at all they give the mail, we need to show them a design saying that a magic link is sent to that specific mail to log into the application. So that's going to be the next step. So let's say within your components, we're going to have your auth model.tsx. Let's go and then start writing the code for this. So I'm going to say components over here, new file, auth model.tsx. So here I'm going to say export default function. It's going to be auth model. Here I'm going to say const is open, comma close, equals to use auth store model, use auth model store, that's the correct name. Next, let's initialize the states required. So const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state of an empty string. Next, I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state initially set to false. And I'm going to say const status comma set status is going to be equals to your use state. Here I'm going to say it's going to be either in idle state or in a send state or in a error state by default in your idle state. Okay, and if at all is open is true, I'm just going to return null, don't show anything. Let's try to create a Supabase client as well. So const Supabase is going to be equals to create client. So remember, if you had written that create client function from your lib over here, so just try to import it just like this. Okay. Next, I'm going to say async function handle email continue. So first of all, I'm just writing the function over here. Later, I'm going to look into the return block design. First of all, if at all there is no email entered by the user, then directly try to return from the function and set your loading to be of true. So we can show some kind of loading indicator, and set status to be of idle over here. Next, initialize your error. So const error equals to await your Supabase dot your auth dot sign in with OTP. Here this in turn is going to take in your email as well as your options. Within this, I'm going to say email redirects to, we're going to send the email to that specific email with which the user has written, to which the user has written. So here I'm going to say window dot location dot your origin. Okay, it's going to be / auth and then callback. That's it. So next over here, I'm going to say set loading is going to be a false. Apart from that, set your status. If at all it's error, then it's going to be error. If at all everything is worked out correctly, then it's going to be in a send state. So here in a conditional way, error, error, else, send. That's it. So now let's look into the return block design. Currently I do not have the design for that. Okay, I've not taken a screenshot, but it's going to be pretty simple as you saw in the demo part of the video. We're going to design it just like that. So here initially let's have the X button within your model. So this is going to have a button which is going to say X save. So currently we cannot see the design because once when we implement it, we're going to check it out. So let's say class name for this, it's going to have absolute positioning, right is going to be a 5, and then top of 5 as well. Then it's going to say text ink of soft, and if I hover over it, it is going to say text of ink. Save the file. And for the outermost div also, I'm going to give the design now itself. So class name. So yeah, this is going to have a fixed class name, and then instead of 0, z of 50. So it comes on top of the screen because it's a model, and then items of center, justify of center as well, and then bg inc by 40, px is going to be a 4. Okay, so for your inner div that's going to contain the button, we're going to say relative to the parent, width of full, max width, medium, rounded off to XL, and then border, I'm going to say border is going to be of line. Okay, next bg is going to be of paper, that is our color, then some internal spacing, padding of 8, and shadow is going to be of this particular value. I'm just going to add it over here, you can take a look at it. There is just like this. Let's try to save the file. So next we're going to have a text which is going to say Atlas access. So below the button I'm going to have a span tag which is going to say Atlas access. Okay, here I'm going to have your class name. We're going to say card tag MB of 3, inline is going to be a flex, items of center, and then a gap of 2. Okay, so within this we're going to have one more piece of span that is going to be self enclosing, so you can take a look at this. So yeah, format once. Okay, save the file. Next we're going to check if at all your status is going to be equals to sent. Then we're going to show a message to the user saying that check your email for a sign in link, else we're going to have an input field where the user is going to enter their email for the magic link. Okay, so below the span I'm going to check status, if it is equals to your sent question mark. Okay, so here in this case I'm going to have a div basically, else we're going to have a fragment, and we're going to design that. So if at all it is equals to sent, I'm going to say check strong email for a sign in link. So as you saw in the demo, this is how it's going to look like. So for the div I'm going to pass on your class name, empty of 6, rounded is going to be of XL, a slide border, and then border is going to be of line, bg paper, and then px of 4, py of 3, font is going to be of body, text of sm, text is going to be of pine. All right, so here next I'm going to have your input. So the type is going to be of email, value over here I'm going to say email on change, taking an event, and over here I'm going to say set email to be of e.target.value. Just set the state, and your placeholder I'm going to say you at gmail.com. Your class name for the input, it's going to have empty of 6. Okay, width of full, rounded is going to be of XL, and border it's going to be of border line. Again we're going to say bg is going to be paper, some px of 4, and py of 3, font is going to be of body. Okay, next we're going to have text of sm, text ink, and the remaining styles I'll be adding that over here. You can take a look at it. Okay, so yes, this part is done. Next we're going to have a button which is going to say continue with email. So below the input, that is right over here, I'm going to say button. If at all the loading state is true, it is going to say sending email, else it is going to say continue with your email. So for the button, it is going to be disabled if at all your loading is set to true, because the user might again press on it. So it's going to be disabled. And class name, I'm going to say empty of 3, and then it's going to have again a width of full, rounded is gonna be XL, and then BG ink PY of 3, font is gonna be body, text of SM, font of medium, we're gonna say text is gonna be of paper, just pass in transition, then I'm gonna say hover, BG is gonna be pine, and it's gonna be disabled. If it is disabled, it's gonna be opacity of, let's say 50 over here. Okay, save. And I'm gonna also check if at all your status is equals to error. We're gonna show a p tag which is gonna say the error, or a message that is something went wrong, and then try again. Okay, and we're also gonna have a self-enclosing div that is gonna have a normal divider kind of line. So I'm gonna say div, pass on the class name, I'm gonna say route line my of 6. Next, let's have in a button which is gonna be continue with Google. Let's pass on the class name for this, that is the design for the button. So it's gonna have a flex container, width to full, items of center. It's gonna have a gap of 2 as well, and then rounded is gonna be XL. Okay, next I'm gonna say border is gonna be of line, PY of 3, font is gonna be of body, text of SM, text of ink, and then transition. Next I'm gonna say hover is gonna be your BG line by 30. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And onto the bottommost part, we're gonna have a p tag that is over here with a normal basic text. I'm gonna say by continuing you agree to Atlas's terms and privacy policy. Okay, so let's try to have a class name over here. The design for this, empty of 6, and then text of center, font is going to be of body, text of XS, text ink of soft. Let's try to save. Okay, so yeah, we have completed designing your entire model. So let's say once when they press on get started, if at all they do not have an active session, or if at all the session doesn't has, or if at all they are not currently logged in, we need to be showing the model over here onto the center part of the screen. Okay, so that they can log in, and once they log in and once they check the email and once they press on that magic link, they should be automatically navigated to localhost / your chat. Okay, that is the step we're going to implement. So now we can actually implement the next part, that is your backend setup, that is fast API. Okay, so what this does is this basically watches the URL for your auth equals to required, that is going to be set by the middleware, that is just like this. Okay, so and it auto opens the model instead of just silently redirecting. So that's going to be the next step, or yeah, we can do that, or we can set up the backend as well. So yeah, let's do this. That's pretty simple itself. So we're going to create a new component within the components folder, that is going to be auth auto model. So auth or model auto, even that is okay, open.tsx. So yes, let's start writing the code for this specific bit. So I'm just going to directly say export default function auth model auto open, and over here I'm going to say const search params equals to use search params. All right, next const open equals to use auth store model store. Okay, we can get this from this method, and here initialize a use effect, and here we're going to check the search params. After all, it's auth required. Then we need to open the model. Okay, so this is going to be dependent upon your search params as well as your open method. Here check the condition stating that if at all your search params dot get of auth, that's how we check it, is equals to your required, then here I'm going to say call the open method. Let's try to save. So what does the open method do? So open method is pretty simple. It's just going to set the is open to be of true, and close is just the opposite. If it is closed, if it is true, it's going to set it to be of false. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And here we are just going to say return null and nothing else. So this component is mainly your client side component whose only job is to automatically open a authentication model that we just designed when the URL contains the query parameter that is auth required. Okay, we also need to add in your use client over here. So save. So yep, this part is done. We can look into the next step, that is going to be your backend part of it. That is set up the fast API and the Python bit of it. So on the root level, I'm going to say mkdir backend cd backend. So you should be seeing a backend folder getting created, that is over here. Okay, next I'm going to say Python 3. Let's try to create your virtual environment -m venv /venv. Okay, not / a space, my bad. Enter. Okay, it got created. Let's try to activate it. So I'm going to say source venv / go into the bin folder, and there is activate, call that over here. And there you go. Just like that, we are into your virtual environment. So it is good to use or build in your virtual environment so it doesn't affect your other Python projects in your system. So now next, let's try to install all of the packages over here that is required for the backend part of it. So I'll just be adding the code. You can take a look at it. So we're going to say pip install. We need fast API, uvcon standard, and then python.env is required, and then your pydantic settings, your superbase is required, anthropic, and then httpx, your pygwt, and pygwt of crypto. Let's try to install all of this. So that is going to be installed, and you can verify that within the backend all of them should be present. Okay, your folder should be present, that is your bin venv there over here. Okay, so this is done. So now the next step is to actually create all of the folder structures. So we're going to have your main app folder. Within that, we're going to have your routers, your core, your models, as well as the services. I'm just going to call that with the help of the mkdir command. So I'm going to say mkdir -p app routers, app core, app models, and then app services. Make sure you're into the backend folder. Enter. And there you go. Just like that, all of these 4 folders have been created. So now next, I'm going to initialize all of the initpy files for all of your folders that we have done over here. Okay, so again, I'm just going to paste in the command. That is going to be this one. So that is touch app init.py, and then for app routers again init.py, and similarly for all of the folders, just create a init.py. That's it. Enter. And just like that, you can verify that for all of your folders it should be created just like this. Okay, so we can try to use this as well. Now next, let's try to say pip freeze requirements.txt. So what this does, so this is basically going to take in a snapshot of all the Python packages in your current environment, that is this one. Okay, and writes them to a file that is going to be your requirements.txt. So you can go and then try to do it on your system as well. Okay, so yeah, that part is done. So now the next step is to create a env file onto the backend folder. So press on backend and then .env. So let me do one thing. Let me just copy down all of the values that is present over here, and if at all anything else is required, I'm just gonna modify it over here. So I just like this. So let me check whatever is there. So it's gonna be superbase URL instead of next public. Okay, next is going to be a superbase anon key that's already added. Next is going to be your Google Maps API key. This is also added. I'll be showing you how to get that. Next is going to be your Anthropic API key. So anthropic underscore API underscore key equals to some value. Okay, next we're gonna have is your JWT secret as well as the Supabase service role key. So I have just added my Supabase service role key. So let me just show you how to exactly get over there. So you can come back to your project, that is Atlas project, and make sure to copy this one. This is your service role key basically. So reveal, copy that down and paste it over here. So this is my previous projects. I'm going to modify it with the one which I've copied currently. So yeah, go ahead and then add this one over here. Save. Okay. Next is your Supabase JWT secret. So Supabase JWT underscore secret. Yeah, I'll be adding that in just a bit, or once when we require this in the coding bit. I'm just going to come back and add, and once everything is done, that is with respect to the backend part, I'll be adding my Anthropic API key. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step in the backend is to set up your logging part, your settings, as well as the course related definitions or issues. Okay. Alright, so now the next step is to set up the settings part, your logging and monitoring part, as well as the course related implementation into the backend. So come back to the app core, and we're going to create a new file that is going to be your config.py. Okay, so what exactly is it going to do? So this loads all of the .env, that is all of your environment variables that we have over here, into a typed setting object once. So the rest of the app never touches the os.nvcon directly. Okay, that's what it's going to do. So let's start writing the code for that. That is your config.py. So it's going to be pretty simple. So here I'm going to say from your pydantic underscore settings, I'm going to say import your base settings. Okay, next I'm going to say class settings of your base settings. I'm going to have all of your values, that is Supabase URL, that is going to be of string. Next, Supabase JWT secret, that is going to be of string as well. Next is your Supabase service role key, that is also going to be of string, that is just like this. Next, apart from this, you're going to have your Anthropic API key, that is of string format. Okay, wrong spelling, make sure the spellings are properly written. Next is your Google Maps API key, that is going to be of string. Next, Supabase anon key, so Supabase anon key of string environment string by default in your development mode, so development. Okay, next is going to be your log level, that is going to be of string of info. Okay, next I'm going to say class config env underscore file equals to your .env. That's it. And here I'm going to say settings is going to be equals to settings. So yep, that's the main file for your config.py. It's just going to load all of your .env into a type settings object, as I previously told. Now next, let's move on to the next part, that's going to be a logging.py. So this is going to be in a structured JSON with all of your request IDs, all of your logging information. Okay, so that's important for the backend. If at all there is any issues, you should be able to check out the logging part. Okay, so I'm going to say logging.py over here, and let's start writing the code for the logging. So on the top, I'm going to import logging, and then I'm going to import sys. Next, I'm also going to import your JSON, and from your date time, even date time is required because it's also going to show the correct date time as well. With respect to the request, I'm going to say from date time, import date time as well as your time zone. Here I'm going to say class JSON formatter. It's going to be a logging.formatter. Here I'm going to define the format function. Okay, this in turn is going to take in the self and the record that's going to be logging dot your log record of type string. I'm going to initialize my log entry object over here. So this in turn is going to have your timestamp, that is going to be datetime.nav of your timezone.utc dot to ISO format. Next, it's going to have your level, that is going to show the record.level name, that is just like this, and your logger, that's going to be equals to your record.name. Next, your message itself, that is with respect to the log, that's going to be record.your get message. Okay, so now the next step we're going to do is we're going to attach some extra fields if it is present. For example, your request ID, your user ID, etc. Correct. So for that, I'm going to have a for loop and I'm going to implement it. So here I'm going to say for key in all of these values, if has attribute of the record and key, then I'm going to say log entry of that specific key is going to be equals to get attribute of the record and key. It's just going to get added over here to the log entry. Okay. Next over here, I'm going to say if your record dot exec info, then next log entry of your exception equals to, it's going to be self dot your format exception of your record dot exec info. So here finally we're going to return in JSON format. I'm going to say return JSON dot your dumps of your log entry. Okay, next we're going to have your configure logging method. Here I'm going to say define configure underscore logging, and here I'm going to pass on the log level, that is going to be of string equals to info. Here I'm going to say none. Let's set up the handler, that's going to be equals to logging dot call the stream handler method, and here I'm going to say sys dot std out, and I'm going to set the formatter, so handler dot set formatter, and that is a class that we have just defined above. Here I'm going to say root logger equals to logging dot get logger. Next I'm going to say root underscore logger dot set level of your log underscore level. Next root logger dot your handlers equals to of handler. Okay, finally we're going to quit down the noisy third party loggers. So for that I'm just going to say logging dot get logger of your uvcon dot access, and we're going to set the level to be of logging dot warning. So you can take a look at it, and finally over here I'm going to say logger is going to be equals to your logging dot get logger of atlas over here. Let's try to save the file. So yes, that's pretty much it. So here your JSON formatter is a custom logging formatter that converts every log message into a JSON object, okay, containing fields like your timestamp, your level, logger, and then message. It can also include extra fields, as I told, with the help of this for loop. Okay, next we have implemented your configure logging, which is going to create basically a stream handler that writes the logs to the console. That's the reason we have given std out, and it applies the custom JSON formatter to it. That is the class that we have just written above. So it also configures your root logger with a specified log level, that is default is going to be info, and suppresses all of your, let's say, verbose logs from your uvcon.access, and it's going to set the level to warning. Okay, so finally over here we have set logger equals to logging dot get logger of atlas. So this actually creates a named logger that's going to be called atlas that you can use throughout our application. Okay, so yeah, that's the basic implementation of what our logging functionality is going to do. Next, let's set up the main.py and let's try to run the backend. Okay, so press on app and let's say your main.py. So on the top I'm just going to import some required stuff just like this. You can take a look at it, and I'm going to say configure logging, First of all, let's try to import that from app.core.config. We're going to import your settings. It's already defined. Next, from app.core.logging, I'm going to import your configure login as well as your logger as well. I think the spelling is wrong. It should be logging. Save. Come back to main.py. This should be logging. Okay, so call the configure logging over here, and I'm going to say settings dot your log level. That's it. Let's try to create an instance of a fast API app. I'm going to say app equals to fast API, pass on the title basically. That is going to be your Atlas API. Here I'm going to pass on the version as well. That is going to be 0.1.0. Next, I'm going to say app.add middleware of your course middleware, and then allow origins is going to be equals to http:/localhost and then 3000. Allow credentials is going to be equals to true. Next, I'm going to say allow methods equals to get, and then post. Apart from that, I'm going to have patch. Next is your delete. Finally, I'm going to say allow headers. It's going to be all. So allow underscore headers equals to star over here. So now let's try to add in a middleware code over here. I'll be explaining what exactly this does. So I'm going to say add app dot your middleware of http. I'm going to say async define log requests. This is basically going to be a function. It's going to take in a request of type request and your call next method. Here I'm going to say your request underscore id is going to be equals to of string uuid dot your uuid 4. Let's also try to access the start time over here. That is going to be just like this. Next, response equals to await call underscore next of your request. Next over here, duration in milliseconds equals to round of time dot perfect counter minus your start time multiplied by 1000. Okay, so it's going to be your duration milliseconds, and here I'm going to say your logger dot info. The message is going to be request handled. Here I'm going to say extra, which in turn is going to have all of your values, that is your request ID. That is going to be request underscore ID. Okay, next is going to be with respect to the path. That is going to be request dot URL dot path. I think this should be in braces, my bad, not in parentheses. Next, with respect to the method, it's going to be request dot method. Your status code is also going to be present, so status underscore code. That is going to be response dot status underscore code, and duration underscore ms, that's going to be duration underscore ms, that's written above. Next over here, I'm going to say your response dot headers with respect to x request id equals to request underscore id. Here we're going to say return response. And finally, let's try to say at app.get. This is for the health endpoint, just to check if at all your backend is running or not. I'm going to say async definition or async define, my bad. It's going to be health underscore check. We're going to say return. Status is going to be okay. All right, let's try to save the file. So this is basically your fast API middleware that's going to run for every incoming request, and it creates a unique request ID, starts with a timer as we have defined it over here, and then passes the request to the next handler using the call next method. Okay, that is what we have written it over here. So after your request is processed, it's also going to calculate your duration ms, that is how long it has taken, your HTTP method, your status code, and response time using the configured JSON logger. Finally, it also adds your X request ID as the header to the response, so the client can use that ID to trace the request in the server logs, and we're finally returning the response over here. So yes, that's pretty much it. So we have written your complete code for your backend. Next, we can try to run the backend part with the help of your Python -m uvcon command. So let me just run that over here. It's going to be just like this. Let's try to press on enter, and boom, just like that, as you can see, it says started reloader process, that is this one, and also started server process and waiting for application startup. Application startup is complete. So with this, we can verify that our backend is properly running. So if at all you check localhost 8000/health or just localhost 8000/docs, you should be able to check what exactly is running over here. As you can see, as I just gave over here, localhost 8000/docs, we have only one endpoint that is being shown properly fine. So let's copy the same one over here. So localhost 8000, let's say /health, and boom, just like that, as you can see, our backend is working, and same thing should be working over here as well. That is with respect to the logs. So proper logs are going to be shown. As you can see, level is info, logger name is atlas, message is request handled, that is the info which we have passed. This is going to be the unique request ID as we discussed, and path is going to be /docs. Method is get for everything because we have no other methods. It's also going to show the status code and how much time it took to actually execute the request. As you can see, 0.38 seconds is 1.22 seconds. Okay, something like that. So this is really useful while implementing the backend part. If all there is any issues, everything is going to be shown over here with all of the required info. So now next, let's move on to the next step. That's going to be with respect to the auth related implementation. So we're going to implement your auth.py within the core folder. So let's come back over here, app core, and then auth.py. Let's write it properly, rename this. So let's understand what exactly this file is going to do. So let's say as a whole, this file is going to be responsible for authenticating users using your Supabase JWT tokens before they can access the protected API endpoints, which in our case is going to be /chat. Okay. So for that, let's try to start writing the code over here. Onto the top, I'm going to import some required stuff. You can take a look at it. That is just like this. Okay. So import JWT, and from JWT import your PyJWK client, and from fast API import all of these required things. Okay. And from your config as well as logging, import settings and the logger. So let's try to initialize your bearer scheme over here first of all. That is going to be HTTP bearer, and I'm going to say auto error is going to be equals to false. Next, I'm going to say your JWK s_URL equals to, I'm going to say f settings dot supabase URL. It's going to be /auth and then /v1 dot well known, and then /gwks dot json. So next, I'm just going to initialize your JWK client. That's going to look just like this. Okay. So what these two lines does is they're basically responsible for, let's say, obtaining your public keys that is needed to verify the JWT tokens issued by Supabase. So basically the first endpoint that I've written, it contains the public keys that Supabase publishes for verifying your JWT signatures. Okay, and the second line over here creates a client, that is PyJWK client, that automatically fetches and caches the public keys from the JWKS URL. Alright, so now next let's move on to the next bit. That's going to be to create a class that's going to be for the current user. So current user, so what and all values are required, we're going to add it over here. So define hyphen init of self. It's going to have some more parameters, that is user underscore id of string, email of string or none, and access token is going to be of string. All right, here let's try to set the value. I'm going to say self dot your user id equals to user underscore id. Next, self dot email equals to your email. Let's write it properly. Next, finally, self dot your access underscore token equals to access underscore token. Here next I'm going to say async define get your current user. This in turn is going to take in your credentials basically. That's going to be just like this, and this is going to be of type current user. Here first of all I'm going to check if at all credentials is none. If at all it's not present, then I'm going to say raise HTTP exception with an error. I'm going to say status code is going to be equals to status dot your HTTP 401 unauthorized. Okay, next detail is going to be equals to missing authentication token. Okay, over here I'm going to say token equals to credentials dot your credentials. Let's try to have the try catch block. So try except. So first of all, for the try block I'm going to say your signing key equals to your underscore JWK client dot, we do have the get signing key method from your JWT of token. Let's initialize the payload. So I'm going to say payload is going to be equals to jwt.decode your token, your signing key dot key, and your algorithms, that is going to be equals to ES256, and finally your audience, that's going to be authenticated only. Okay, here I'm going to have my accept block. I'm going to say accept jwt.expired signature error. Here I'm going to say raise HTTP exception with your status code, that's going to be equals to your status dot your HTTP 401 unauthorized. Okay, here let's pass on the detail, that is going to be token has expired. Next over here I'm going to say accept your JWT dot your invalid token error as your error. I'm going to say logger dot warning. Here I'm going to say invalid token rejected. Pass on the extra over here, that I'm going to say reason, it's going to be string of error. Here again I'm going to say raise your HTTP exception. Here pass on the status code, that's going to be status dot http 401 unauthorized, pass on the detail as well, that is going to be invalid authentication token. Next, I'm going to create with respect to the user ID, and then I'm going to add the code for that. So your user ID is going to be equals to payload.get of your sub, and if not user ID, then again raise a exception. And finally, return your current user. That's going to be your user ID is going to be equals to user ID. Email is going to be equals to your payload.get of email. And here next I'm going to pass on your access token is going to be equals to token. So yeah, let's try to save the file. So now let's understand in detail what exactly this file does. So your HTTP bearer is self-understanding because it extracts the bearer token from the authorization header. So if you remember, your header is going to be passed like this, that is authorization is going to be equals to, let's say, bearer token, correct? So this is going to extract your token bit of it, and your PyJWK client fetches the Superbase's public keys, that is JWKs, to verify that the JWT was genuinely issued by Superbase. That's what it's going to do. And your current user is a simple class that we have defined that stores the user's authenticated information, that is with respect to your user ID, your email, and then the access token. And get current user is basically, you can consider it as a fast API dependency that actually checks if at all a token is present. It verifies its signature, okay, and next it also verifies its validity as well using the jwt.decode method, and handles your expired or invalid tokens and returns 401 errors wherever necessary. So if at all your token is valid, it extracts your user ID and email from the JWT payload and returns a current user over here. So that's what this specific method does. All right. So yeah, let's try to save the file. This step is done. So yeah, first of all, let's try to include your method, that's auth model, within your page.tsx. That is going to be over here. Okay, here I'm going to say auth model from the components. Just make sure it's present over here. I'm going to make use of my suspense, import it from React. It's going to have your auth model auto open. This is going to have a fallback as well. That's going to be equals to null over here. Okay, so what basically happens over here is your auth model auto open uses your use search params, which is basically an asynchronous client-side hook in Next.js, and it must be wrapped within a suspense tag from React. So this is actually going to act like a boundary to resolve safely during your rendering part, and we need to use the fallback equals to null. So this basically means nothing is shown while it's loading, and the component runs once the search parameters is going to be available. So yeah, that's what your suspense is going to do, and that's what we've implemented it over here. Okay, so yes, this part is done. So let's come back to hero component, and over here let's try to open the model. So I'm going to say const open equals to your use auth store model store, and get in the value as dot open. Let's try to save, and where we have your method, let's try to give it over here. That is where it says get started or login. So for the button, I'm going to say on click is going to be equals to open. Same thing goes over here. On click is going to be equals to open as well. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to give it a try what exactly happens. Let's come back to Google Chrome and your application. Okay, so we forgot to use the use client directive within the auth model.tsx. Let's go and then add that. So here onto the top, I'm going to say use client, save the file. Okay, even in the hero component, it's not added. Let me just verify that once. Yep, it's not added. Let's add it over here. Let's verify for the auth model auto open. Yes, it is added over here. And And yes, apart from that, I think we are good to go. Save and then come back over here. There you go. Let's press on get started and boom. Just like that, as you can see, we're able to see our design being shown onto the screen. So yeah, there is some issues with respect to the design. We can look into that. That is all of these values. It's not currently aligned for continue with Google. So let me just add that over here where it says. So let's come back to your auth model.tsx component is the one. I'm just going to add the design for that. You can take a look at it. That is with respect to the continue with Google button. Save. So there you go. Just like that, it has come to the centered position. So yep, that's it. So you can take a look at the entire design for continue with Google. Okay. So yes, this part is done. I think I forgot to add one more text which is going to say, welcome to Atlas below your span tag. Let's add that. So here I'm going to say a heads2 tag. I'm just going to say welcome to Atlas. Class name for this font is going to be of display. Text is going to be 2XL and text is going to be ink. Let's try to save and check it out over here and boom, just like that. This is looking pretty neat. Okay, so now let's give this a try and let's see what exactly happens. So once I press on cross, we need to close it because as of now it's not closing, correct? So this is your X button. I'm going to say on click, we can say close over here. Save. And there you go. Just like that, it got closed. So this part is working properly fine. We can move on to the next bit, that is to test the email feature functionality. So here I've just given, the on press, or the on click, that is the handle email continue, that is to your continue with email button. So if at all the user presses on the model and then enter the email and then press on continue with email, they should be able to they should be able to get the magic link to that specific email. Okay. So now let's understand what exactly happens behind the scenes and how exactly it works, such that if at all they press on that link in the email, they should be navigated to your /chat. Correct? That's how the implementation is going to work. So now let's say, you type in your email within your input box that is over here and press on continue with email. So what exactly happens is your auth model gets called. Okay. And it's going to call your sign in with OTP method. That's what we're trying to do over here. So here Superpage generates a one-time code, stores it on the server side, okay, and emails you a magic link. All right, so that magic link would help you to log in to the /chat, and that magic link is also going to contain the code as well. So that's what's going to happen in step 1. So in step 2, you click on the magic link that is going to come to your specific email. All right, so it is going to look, let's say, something like this. That is this one. Okay, it's going to look just like this. You can take it like this. You can consider an example just like this. So Superbase verifies the token on its own servers, then redirects you to the browser to your app's callback URL with a short-lived code parameter. Okay, so in our app, what we need to do is within the app we need to initialize the app auth callback. So this is basically Next.js route handler, that is a server-side API endpoint. So it receives the code basically and it calls the superbase.auth. There is a method known as exchange code for session for that specific code, and Superbase actually returns a real JWT access token. Okay, next what happens is your middleware is going to intercept, that is /chat. Before the chat page renders, your file that we have created, that is middleware.ts file within the lib, I guess, or onto the route level. This is the one. So this is going to run basically, right? So it creates a Superbase server client. That's what you've written over here. It reads the session cookies, calls the superbase.auth.getUser method, and this verifies the JWT is valid and not expired. So since it's valid, the middleware lets the request pass through, and finally your /chat is going to be rendered. So now let's write the code for that. That is auth callback. It's not written, otherwise we might get into issues. It might show like 404 page is not found. Okay, so within the app I'm going to say auth, and finally within the auth I'm going to call the callback. Okay, within the callback we're going to have the route.ts. So auth callback and then route.ts. So here let's initialize the function. So I'm going to say export async function. I'm going to say get over here. Here I'm going to say request of type request. Here I'm going to say const your search params, comma your origin is going to be coming from your new URL of the request.url. That's how we access it. And this is going to be the code that we're going to choose. So const code is going to be equals to search params dot. We're going to use the dot get method and then access that specific code. And we're going to say next as well. So const next is going to be equals to search params dot get of next, else it's going to be /chat. And if at all your code is present, as we discussed earlier, we're going to call the supabase.auth.exchange code for session. So initialize the Supabase client first of all. So const Supabase is going to be equals to await create client. So this is going to be coming from the server. So import that. And here I'm going to say const error equals to await your Supabase dot your auth dot exchange code for session of your code. And over here, if not of error, I'm going to say return your next response. Import that from your next server dot, we're going to say redirect. It's going to be to your origin and then next. Alright, so furthermore over here I'm going to say return next response dot redirect. Here I'm going to say origin and then auth required. Sorry, auth equals to error. So yeah, let's try to save the file. So here, as we discussed earlier, if at all your code is present, it creates a Supabase server client over here and calls the exchange code for session, which exchanges the temporary authorization code for a locked in user session. Alright, and if at all that specific session is created successfully with no errors, the user is redirected to the requested page, which in our case is going to be /chat. And if at all the code is missing or the exchange fails, the user is redirected back to the home page with auth equals to error onto the link. Okay, so this allows the front end to detect and handle the authentication failure. So yes, this part is done. Let's also create a boilerplate code for the chat such that we do not land into errors. Save this file and again come back to app, new folder, that is the chat. It's going to have basically a unique trip ID. So I'm going to say trip ID. Within that we're going to have a page.tsx. Okay, so rfce to get the boilerplate code and then save the file. So yeah, this part is done. So we can start giving this a try. So let's see what exactly happens. Come back to Chrome and get started. Enter my email over here and I'm going to say continue with email. As you can see, it says sending and boom, just like that it says check my email for a sign in link. Let's see what happens. And if at all I press on that link, everything as we discussed should work on the backend and we should be navigated to /chat. And there you go, I have gotten my email link over here. As you can see, 0 minutes ago, I'm going to press on sign in and boom, just like that. As you can see, since this user was authorized, everything worked on the backend, the code is exchanged, and since everything was properly working fine, we are navigated to /chat. Okay, so this step is working properly fine. So we are done with the user authentication part. So this step is complete. So now we can look into the chat functionalities. that is towards left hand side a sidebar, and towards the center part the chat itself, and towards the right hand side a proper visual looking map. That's going to be the next step. Okay, so it's going to look something like this. That is your chat screen and a unique ID, as you can see over here. Okay, so this is what we're going to build. So for that, first of all, you need to set up some backend stuff, that is your models, your services, as well as the routers. So now let's initialize all of the models that we're going to have for the entire application. So come back to the backend once over here. Over here where we have the models, I'm going to say new file, that is going to be your trip.py. So here I'm going to import the required things from your date time, import date time, from Pydantic, import your base model. We're going to be using that. This is the one. Next, let's create the first class, that is going to be trip create. This is going to be of your base model. Your title is going to be of string equals to new trip. Next, we're going to have your destination, that's going to be of string or none equals to none. Next, we're going to have is for your class trip. So this is again going to have your base model over here. A trip is going to have a unique ID of string, user ID of string as well, your title of string, destination is going to be of string or none, and then cover photo underscore URL. So for a trip, we're going to have a cover photo that is going to be shown onto the trip screen, as we have shown in the demo part of the video. Next, we're going to have the status of the trip, that's going to be of string. Your created at is going to be dates time, and then updated at as well, it is going to be dates time. Okay, next I'm going to say class chat message out of your base model. Here I'm going to say ID is going to be string, your role is also going to be of string, content string, your places, it's going to be list of a dictionary. Next, created underscore at is going to be again dates time. So that's it for the chat message out. Next, we're going to have is your trip with messages. It's going to be containing the trip as the parameter, so you can take a look at it. Okay, next we are going to have it for the class message create of your base model. Here I'm going to have a role, that's going to be of string, your content, that is going to be of string, and places, that is going to be a list of dict equals to an empty array initially. Okay, so that's the entire model for your trip.py. Similarly, let's write it down for everything. Next, I'm going to do it for the chat.py. So this is done, new file, I'm going to say chat.py. Here again from Pydantic, import your base model, comma your field. Alright, next I'm going to say class chat message of base model, role is going to be of string, content is going to be of string as well. I'm going to say class extracted place of base model, name is going to be of string, city is also going to be of string, none equals to none. Next, country, it's going to have a string, none equals to none. Your confidence for the extracted place, It's going to be a float. Okay, and that's going to be equals to a field with your given values. You can try to add it just like this. Okay, that's it with respect to the extracted place. Next, I'm going to say class chat request of your base model. Message is going to be of string. History is going to be list of your chat message equals to an empty array. Next, I'm going to say class chat response of your base model. Reply is going to be of a string, and then the places whatever it's given, it's going to be of a list of your extracted place. Okay, that's it. Now let's write down for the final part. That's going to be for the itinerary. So that's going to be the final model. So I'm going to say itinerary dot py. So here onto the top again, import the required things just like this. Next, class itinerary activity of your base model. Time is going to be of string. Place underscore name is going to be of string. Description is going to be of string as well. Next, class itinerary day of your base model. Your day underscore number, it's going to be of int. Title is going to be of string. Activities is going to be list of your itinerary activity. Finally, we're going to have it for the itinerary itself. So itinerary of your base model. Here it's going to have your trip ID, that is going to be of string, and the days for the itinerary, that's going to be list of your itinerary day, and finally generated at, that is going to be of time, date, time. So yes, that's pretty much it. So next we can actually look into your services, that is the Claude service, what exactly it does. Okay, that is how it is going to stream. Or we can also look into the places service. We have itinerary service, we have the trip service, all of these are present. Let's go and then write the code for the Claude service. Okay, that's going to be the next step. So what exactly it's going to do, how we're going to get all of the details, that is going to be the code within this specific file. So I'm going to say Claude underscore service dot py. So on the top, let's import the required things. I'm going to say JSON, and then from typing, I'm going to say import your async generator. I'm also going to import Anthropic, that's already installed. Then from your app.core.config, import your settings as you have done previously for the other files. Next, from app.core.yourlogging, import your logger. Next, from app.models.chat, app.models.chat, import your chat message. Okay, so here let's try to initialize two things, that is your client as well as the async client. That's how we do this. Okay, so we're going to say API key is going to be equals to your settings.anthropic API key, and here we're going to say async client is going to be equals to anthropic.async anthropic. Again, API key is going to be equals to settings.anthropic API key. So make sure you get the API key over there within the .env file. I'll be telling you how to get the Anthropic API key. You need to go into the Claude developer console. You can just search for that as well. Yeah, you can also get it at this point, that is platform.claude.com. You can press on get API key, or first of all sign in, that would be better. You can sign in with your Google account. So as you can see, I have loaded my account with, let's say, $5 or $10 of credit, and this much is remaining. And once you have topped up the account, you can press on get API key, copy that API key, and then you can just copy that and then paste it within the .env file. Okay, so that's how we access it. So yes, that step is done. So next I'm going to define a tool that is going to be called as the extracted places tool. I'll be adding the code for that, and the code is also going to be in description. You can take a look at it. Okay, and I'll be explaining what exactly this does. So first of all, let's try to add the extract places tool. So let me just add it right over here. Okay, there you go. I've just added the extract places tool. You can take a look at it. Let's try to save the file. So this is basically going to define a tool that Claude is allowed to use. So let's say instead of only replying with text, Claude can tell extract places, and it can return, structured data that is just like this. Let's say, for example, it's going to look like this. That is places, Eiffel Tower, and then city is going to be Paris, country France, confidence is going to be 1.0. So that's the name we have given, extracted places, and this is the description. Okay, and we want the data to look something like this. That is properties, places, type is going to be array, and item should be in an object with the property, city, country, and then confidence. Required is going to be places, and this is the description we have given to the extract places tool. Okay, so basically your backend can show all of these places on a map. That's the reason we are looking into this particular data structure. So next I'm going to initialize is my system prompt along with your maximum tool rounds and the confidence threshold. So you can take a look at it. So this is the prompt we're giving it to Claude. So based on this, it's going to work and then give us back the response. All right. So as you can see, you are at least a knowledgeable, concise travel planning assistant. When you recommend or mention specific real places, you must always write a normal conversational text reply to the user describing your suggestions and so. Okay, based on all of this information, it's going to work and give back the proper response for all of the places. So this basically tells Claude, behave like Atlas and answer naturally, use different types of markdown, and always call the extraction tool, that is the one which we have defined above, and always send text before the tool calls. So we have passed in something called as the confidence threshold, that is 0.6. So over here only the places whose confidence is at least 0.6 are accepted. Okay, so let's say for example your Eiffel Tower, we have the confidence as this one, 1.0. This is going to get accepted. And let's say if at all we have some random beach into some other place that might not be famous or something, for that confidence is set to 0.3. This is going to get ignored. All right. So maximum tool rounds is set to 8. So this basically limits how many times Claude can call the tools. So this basically prevents your infinite loops. Now let's write the next function that's going to be your build messages. So this is going to create the conversation history that Claude receives. So let's go and then write that function over here. Define build underscore messages. This in turn is going to take in the message of string, your history, that is going to be list of chat message, and list of dict. Here let's initialize the messages, that is going to be role, h.role. Next is your content, that is going to be your h.content for your h.history, for h in history. Next I'm just going to say messages dot your append. I'm going to say role is going to be of the user and content is going to be of the message. Here I'm going to say return messages. Next define is high confidence of place. It's going to take in the place, okay, and it's going to return a bool over here. Here I'm going to say return your place dot get with respect to your confidence should be greater than or equal to your confidence threshold, that is 0.6. Only those places we're going to get and fetch. So next we're also going to have a fallback reply. So this is going to be used if at all your Claude only returns extracted places but forgets to send any text. So instead of giving the user nothing, it can create a reply like, let's say something like this info onto the screen. Okay, so it's going to say here's what I found with all of the places. All right, so for that we're going to have a function that's going to be called fallback. If at all it doesn't work as expected, it's going to run this one. So you can take a look at it. So let's try to save. As you can see, it's going to return this message with all of the names for our specific query. So next, let's write the function for the get chat response. So here I'm going to say async define get chat response. This in turn is going to have in the message of string history. It's going to be list of your chat message. Okay, it's going to return a tuple of string comma list of dictionary. Okay, so this function is basically not your streaming function. So the flow is going to look something like this. So this is basically a non-streaming version. So we're going to have the flow that is from front end. It's going to go into the backend. It's going to ask Claude. It's going to use the Claude service, and the entire response comes back from Claude, and we're going to extract the places, and we're going to return the text and the places. That's going to be our entire implementation for this specific function. So first of all, let's try to send a request to Claude over here. I'm just going to add a message over here that is, this is a non-streaming version kept for test extract, that is the debugging endpoint. So let's initialize the response equals to, I'm going to say client dot access the messages dot create. I'm going to use all of the information of the configuration. I'm going to say Claude Sonnet 46. That's the one. And then your maximum tokens is going to be equals to 2048. System is going to be equals to your system prompt. Messages is going to be equals to call the build messages. This in turn is going to take in two things, your message as well as your history over here. Okay, and finally your tools, that is going to be equals to extract places tool. And then next, let's try to have in two variables, that is for the reply text as well as your extracted values, that is going to contain the places. Now with the help of the for loop, we're going to implement the next bit. So for that, I'm going to say for your block in your response dot content, I'm going to check if at all your block dot your type equals to text. Then I'm going to say just append the reply text. So reply text plus equals to your block.text. Okay, if I'm going to say your block.type equals to your tool use. As you can see, we have a bunch of options. We're going to check for these two. And your block.name is going to be equals to your extract places. Then I'm going to say over here extracted.extend. I'm going to say p for pin block.input.get of places if is high confidence of p. And then that's it. Here I'm just going to return the values. That's going to be reply text as well as your extracted values. Okay, so over here your Claude's response is split into blocks because some blocks may contain text and others may contain your tool use. So the code is going to separate them. So that's what this specific function does. Next is going to be for the stream chat response. So this is going to be the main function that is going to be used by our chat application. So instead of waiting, Claude is going to stream the text live. That is like just how your GPT or Claude works in real. Okay, so let's write the function for this one. That is going to be stream chat response. So I'm going to say async define stream chat response. This is going to have your message string, your history, that is going to be your list, and then chat message. This is going to return a async generator of string and then none. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to have my text emitted value, that is going to be equals to false. Next, all underscore extracted, that's going to be list of ticked equals to empty array. Next, messages is going to be equals to call the build messages function that we have defined, pass on the message, and then your history. Next, let's try to initialize my try catch block over here. Try except. So I'm going to say for round num in the range of your max tool rounds. Here I'm going to say async with your async underscore client dot messages dot stream. Here again, pass on the same values that we have given previously. It's going to be similar. And here we are going to say as stream. Here I'm going to write async for event in stream. I'm going to check if at all my event dot type equals to your content block delta, and my event dot delta dot type is going to be equals to your text delta. Then here we're going to set the text emitted to be of true, and we're going to yield over here. That is going to be just like this. Okay, and here we're going to say your final message is going to be equals to await stream dot get final message. Alright, so this part is done. So your text emitted is basically used to track whether Claude actually produced the text or not. Next, we're going to have your round places. We're going to define that. So this is going to collect every place extracted in the current tool round. So over here, let's come back. I'm going to say round places equals to, I'm going to say for your block in your final underscore message dot content. I'm going to check the block type again. If at all the block dot type equals to your tool underscore use, and the block dot name is going to be equals to extract places. I'm going to say for p in your block dot input dot get with respect to the places, and pass on an empty array. And here I'm going to check if is high confidence of p. So next over here, I'm going to say if round places exists, then all extracted or external of round places, and then yield the value that's going to be type places raw, and places is going to be your round places. Once that's done over here, I'm going to say your messages dot append. It's going to be of the role, that is going to be assistant, and over here content is going to be your final underscore message dot your content. Okay, so next I'm going to say if final underscore message dot your stop reason is not equals to your tool use, then we're going to say break. So this stop reason is basically, let's say if at all the tool use is present, then Claude is actually asking your backend to execute a tool. Otherwise, the conversation is finished at that point of time. Next, we're going to have your tool results. That's going to be the next step. So what exactly it is given? So tool underscore results is going to be equals to. Okay, so basically after executing the tool, your backend tells Claude that this is recorded, and then Claude can then continue generating all of the required text. So it's going to say type is going to be your tool underscore result. Next I'm going to say tool underscore use ID. That is going to be your blog.id. Next I'm going to say content. That is going to be recorded. Next I'm going to say for block in your final underscore message dot content. I'm going to check if at all your blog.type is going to be equals to your tool use. Then here I'm going to say message dot append. Role is going to be of user and content is going to be your tool results. That's it. So this part is done. So over here we're going to execute the accept block. I'm going to say accept your exception as E. I'm going to say logger.error chat stream failed. Okay, here I'm going to say extra error is going to be string of error. Next I'm going to use the yield. That is just like this. We're going to say json.dumps. Type is going to be of error. Message is going to say something went wrong, generating a response, and then try to return it. And then try to return from the function. Next I'm going to check if not your text emitted and all extracted. Then I'm going to say logger.warning over here. I'm going to say Claude returned no text but extracted places, okay, using your fallback reply. Because if the other main method doesn't work, it's gonna go and call the fallback reply over here. Okay, we're gonna call the function just below this. I'm gonna say yield your json.dumps. Here I'm gonna say your type is gonna be of text, content is gonna be your fallback reply of all extracted, and then a forward slash. Okay, that's it. So yeah, this is your entire code for your Claude service file. So you can take a look at it if at all you've missed something from the topmost part. I'll be showing you once again. Okay, so this file is like your main service layer, that is the AI service layer of your application. Like it is responsible for communicating with your Claude API, that is sending the user's conversation, streaming all of the API response, extracting all of the recommended places using your Claude tools calling feature, okay, and turning all of the response text and the places to the front end part, right? So this is your main important file. So yeah, this step is done. So now we can move on to the next bit, that is your trip service or your places service, even that can be done. Let's initialize the basic code over here within your page.tsx. Here I'm going to say export default async function. This is going to say chat page. It's going to have your params. Here your params is going to be promise. It's going to have a trip ID, unique trip ID, that is going to be of string. Alright, so here first of all let's try to initialize the Supabase client. So const Supabase is going to be equals to await create client. So import this from the server, so from your lib Supabase server, not the client. Here I'm going to say const data, that's going to have the user related information, equals to await Supabase dot auth dot, we do have the get user method, call that. Here I'm going to check if not of user, then redirects to get it from the next navigation. So this should say / auth equals to required. Okay. Next I'm going to say const resolved params equals to await params. Next const trip ID is going to be equals to your resolved params dot trip ID of 0. Here I'm going to say return or div basically. You're going to say class name, give it a flex, height of screen, so it takes up the full space, and then bg is going to be of paper. Here first of all we're going to have two things, your chat workspace that's going to come towards the right hand side, and chat sidebar that's going to come towards the left hand side. That is going to look something like this. Alright, so I'm going to say chat sidebar. This is going to be a component within the components folder, so let's go and then create that over there. So copy that and then come back to components. Here new file chat sidebar.tsx, import it over here. First of all rfce, save the file. Okay, so within your chat sidebar.tsx, let's try to get in the email over here, that is destructure. Okay, so now let's say this is going to be of string or any for now. Save. Okay, as you can see it's being shown correctly fine since there is no details. Let's say I had a, so let's say over here I add a h1 tag, we should be able to show the design over here. Let's say hey, and there you go, just like that, it's working properly fine. So now the next step is to start designing all of these options over here. There is new chat, and once they press on this it should collapse, only this should be shown, and your recent chats, after all it's present, all of your chats, your trips, and then the saved items. So that's going to be the next step. We are going to look into the design of that. Let's come back to the code and then let's start writing the code for the chat bar. We can directly start by saying export default function instead of directly the function. It's not exported. Yeah, it is exported at the bottom part, but we're going to do it in a proper way. So alright, so instead of this over here, I'm going to say export default function, your chat sidebar. That is just like this. Okay, so over here onto the top, we're going to first of all, okay, I think it's better to set up your use sidebar store, because we have some states with respect to that. So let's create a use sidebar store. It's pretty simple, just a couple of lines of code to handle the state if at all it is closed or if it is collapsed or not. Okay, so come back to store over here. So it's going to be use sidebar store. dot tsx or ts. So here I'm going to say import your create from Zustend, and here I'm going to say type sidebar state equals to is collapsed. It's going to be boolean, and toggle, it's going to be void. Alright, next over here I'm going to say export const use sidebar store equals to create sidebar state. Use that. Having your set method over here, and here I'm going to say is collapsed is going to be false. And once you do the toggle, take in a function and set the value. Here I'm going to say is collapsed is going to be not of s.is collapsed. If it is collapsed, make it false. If it is in true state, just make it as false again. Alright, so yeah, that's the basic thing for your use sidebar store.tsx. Now I'm going to get the state. So I'm going to say const is collapsed equals to your use sidebar store. It's going to be s dot is collapsed. Next I'm going to say const toggle equals to use sidebar store again, and get in that value as well. It's going to be s dot toggle. Next I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to your use router. Next const path name equals to use path name imported from next navigation. Next I'm going to have is for all of the trips that we have, that's the state with respect to that. Const trips comma set trips is going to be equals to your use state. It's going to be of type trip DTO. I think this is not yet defined, that is the type. So I'm just going to add this over here. So let's say lib, and then we're going to create a API folder, and we're going to have your trip.ts. okay, so lib new folder API, and then we're going to say trips.ts. Within this I'm just going to add in two values. You can take a look at it, and later we can add in all of the required stuff. Okay, so save the file. So this is the type for trip DTO. This is the type for your chat message DTO, imported from the API folder. Okay, so now let's come back to your chat sidebar. So I'm going to have two more states over here, that is with respect to the is loading trips as well as the confirming ID. Now we can look into the design of the return block. I'm going to make it for a site tag over here, and initially we're going to have a div. So we're just trying to design the left part of it. So within the div we're going to have another div. Here we're going to have a button. I'm going to check if at all is collapsed is true. Then here we're going to have a panel button. So this is going to be coming from your Lucid React. Let's try to install that package. Yarn add Lucid React, enter. Okay, not panel button, it's panel left open. Okay, so next I'm going to say panel left close. Size is going to be of 18, and here size is going to be of 18 again. Now let me give the design for the button over here. So it's going to have on click is going to be toggle, by the way, that is already given. Next is with respect to the class name, it's going to be flex, height of 8 and then width of 8 as well. Items of center, justify of center, rounded is going to be LG. Next, text ink of soft. Once I hover, I'm going to say BG is going to be line by 30. Okay, and hover is going to be text ink. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so this should be coming from your next navigation. Save. Okay, yeah, again I forgot to add in the use client directive. Let's try to add in that. Let's try to save. And there you go. Just like that, that is being shown properly fine, and even the hover is working properly fine as well. Minimize this. So now the next step is for the above design over here. That is the div. It's gonna have a conditional design, flex, items of center, px of 3, py of 4, and then if at all your is collapse is true, it's going to be justify center, else it is going to be justify of end. Okay, so this part is done, and for the outermost div, we're going to say it's going to have again a flex and a flex of 1, flex of call, overflow is going to be hidden. Right, so below the div, you're going to have the next one, which is going to have the information that is going to say new chat over here. Okay, so here I'm going to say having a link that is going to be coming from your next/link. That is the one, and here I'm going to say href is going to be /chat. And here we're going to have a plus icon, and if at all not of is collapsed, we're going to say and chat. That is going to be just like this. You can import your plus, is collapsed not found. Why is that? Alright, okay, wrong spelling maybe. So for your link over here, I'm going to pass on the class name. Again, backticks. It's going to have flex, items of center, gap of 2, rounded is going to be XL, BG is going to be ink, font is going to be of body, text of SM, text of paper, next transition, and if I hover over it, I'm going to say BG is going to be pine, and if at all is collapsed is true, then I'm going to say height of 10 and then a width of 10 as well. Justify is going to be of center and a padding of 0. Else your width is going to be full, by the way, px of 4, py of 2.5. Save the file. Let's give this a try. There you go. Just like that, it's working properly fine. Okay, now it's collapsed, so only plus is seen. It's not collapsed, the full design is going to be shown. So now for the outermost aside tag, we're going to give the design some spacing so it looks properly fine. So make use of backticks over here. It's going to have a flex, height of full, flex of call, justify of between, border of right, it's going to have border of line, BG is going to be paper, transition all. Alright, I'm also going to pass in duration 200, and the condition, that is if at all is collapsed is true. You're going to have a specific width, by the way, that is going to be of 64 pixels. Okay, else we're going to have 240 pixels. Save, and now let's look into the design, and there you go. Just like that, as you can see, this is looking properly fine. Just some spacing needs to be given to the div over here. Okay, that is the inner div. We can just give a px of 3. There you go. It's looking pretty good. And as you can see, as I hover over it, that color is coming properly fine. Okay. So the UI is looking perfect. Now let's move on to the next step. So before that, on the top, I'm going to have my nav items. You can take a look at it. I'm going to paste it over here. So all of these imported from Lucid React, by the way. So now next, I'm going to show all of the chat trips and saved just below your link design over here. Okay, so below the div, I'm going to have a nav tag. I'm going to say nav items dot map. For every item here, I'm going to show again a link, by the way. So this in turn is going to have your item dot icon. That's how we render it, and pass on the size. That is going to be equals to 18. So this link expects the key and the href. I'm going to say item dot label. Href is going to be equals to item dot href. All right, let's again provide in the class name for the link. I'll be adding that. You can take a look at it. Okay, wrong spelling for is collapsed. Okay, that's the reason it's erroring out. Okay, I'm going to use this itself because again I need to change at a lot of places. Save the file. Let's check out the design, and there you go. Just like that, we're able to see all of the icons. So now here we're going to show the label as well below this. If not of is collapsed, and I'm going to say item dot label. Save. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty neat. And I'm going to give the design for the nav now. That is going to be this one. So class name empty of 6. It's going to have flex and then flex of call, some internal gap of 1, and then a px of 3. Save, and boom. Just like that, as you can see, everything is working properly fine, neat and clean. Now next we can move on to the next step of it. I think once when we implement the chat functionality, we can show this part. Otherwise it's not important, because these chats are only going to be shown once any chat is actually functional. All right, whereas we can show the logout button. That can be done. Okay, so we can add the design for that. So let's come back over here. So below this div, I'm going to have one more piece of div, another div. I'm going to check if not of is collapsed, and I'm going to have a span tag which is going to show the email over here. And below this, I'm going to have a button which is going to have your logout imported from Lucid React, and then size is going to be of 16. For the button, I'm going to say Arial label is going to be sign out. Next, I'm going to have as your class name, I'm going to say flex, height of 8, width of 8, items is going to be of center, justify of center, rounded is LG, text ink of soft, and I'm going to give the hover as well as hover BG and then hover text. Okay, save the file. Next, for your outermost div, I'm going to pass on the class name. I'm going to say route line, px of 3 and then py of 4. Save, and there you go. Just like that, as you can see, it is being shown properly fine. My email is being shown over here. So next over here, we're going to have your design for the span tag. Class name, it's going to have the chord tag class name and then truncate. For the outermost div, class name, make use of backticks, flex, item center, gap of 2, if is collapsed is true, then it's gonna be justify of center, else it's going to be justify of between. Let's try to save the file. There you go. Just like that, is looking properly neat. And as I hover over the button, it's also showing all of the applied designs. Okay, it's looking pretty clean and this step is complete. So now we can look into the backend part and then write the code for the trip service, what exactly needs to be done. Okay, next we can write it for the places service as well, how to get all of the details for that. So let's write that part. That's going to be the next step. And once after that's done, we can implement your chat workspace, that is your center part of the design. Places service.py, and then let's start writing the code for that. That's the backend related implementation. So here I'm going to say places service.py. So here onto the top, I'm going to import all of the required things. There is import httpx, and from app.core.config import your settings, and from app.core.logging import logger. For now admin is not present, so I'm going to remove that. And this is your API that we're going to use, that is the Google Places base. Okay, we're going to define the function that's going to be find or create place. So I'm going to say async define find or create place. It's gonna have a name of string, your city of string, and your country is also gonna be of string or none. It's gonna be of ticked or none. Okay, so initially I'm gonna set up my query. That is going to be just like this. Okay, so now let's understand what exactly this query does. So this is basically used to build your search query. Okay, so let's say your name equals to Eiffel Tower and city is, let's say, city is Paris and country is France. Okay, so this creates something like this. That is your query. It's going to look something like this. Okay, and let's say if at all the city is missing and if only name exists, that is Eiffel Tower, your filter of none, that is what you've written over here, this removes the empty values. Okay, so that's the reason we are going to use that. So next, apart from that, we're going to define your async http dot async client. I'm going to say timeout equals to 10.0 as client. I'm going to say search underscore your response equals to await your client dot makes it the get method, and I'm going to say your Google Places base / your text search / your JSON, and here I'm going to have my params as well, that is going to be equals to your query, that is going to be of query, and your key. Here I'm going to say settings dot your Google Maps API key. Okay, here next I'm going to say your results is going to be equals to your search response dot JSON dot get with respect to the results, and pass empty array over there. So here basically Google returns something like this as the data, that is results, your place ID, name, geometry, location, that is including your latitude as well as the longitude, and from there we're going to extract the results, that is with the help of this particular line. So this converts Google's JSON response into Python. It only gets the results array. Okay, so that's how we're going to work on this. Next, I'm going to check if at all not results. I'm going to say logger.info no Google Places match, and here I'm going to say extra is going to be your query and query. Okay, next I'm going to say return none. Next I'm going to say Google Place ID equals to results of 0 dot get of your place ID. Next I'm going to say if not Google Place ID, I'm going to say logger dot warning Google result missing place underscore ID, and here I'm going to say extra equals to your query and then pass on that specific query. So next what we're going to implement is really useful, that is the cache check. So this is your cost control step. It avoids rebilling the same place. Okay, if at all it is already present in cache, it's going to get it from there. All right, so the way we're going to do that over here is I'm going to say cached equals to your admin client. Okay, so let me first set up that. So within your core I'm going to add this. Okay, so I'm going to say core new file superbase underscore admin.py. You can try to add this. Okay, so here we're trying to create your admin client with the help of this method. That is the same thing we're going to use over here. So again on the top I'm going to say from your app.core.your superbase admin, I'm going to say import admin client. All right, so here I'm going to say cached equals to your admin client dot table, access the table that's going to be places. Next I'm going to say dot select, this is basically a query. I'm going to say star should be equals to your Google Place ID, comma here it's going to be Google Place ID dot execute, and here I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all the cached dot data is present, I'm going to say return your cached dot data of 0. Next I'm going to have all of your details response over here equals to await your client dot get your Google Places base / details / JSON. Here I'm going to say params equals to your place underscore ID, that is going to be Google Places ID. Next I'm going to say fields, that's going to be name dot your geometry, sorry name comma your geometry, that detail is required, your rating, photos, editorial summary, and next your key is going to be equals to your settings dot Google API key. Okay, save the file. Okay, so let's say if at all your details is not cached, then the code is gonna request, that is / details / JSON. Okay, instead of the text search, because details API provide much richer information and proper information like name, geometry, rating, and your exact coordinates. All right, so now the next step is to get your location details. Before that I'll just be adding the details, that's going to be this one. Alright, so next let's try to set up the location. We need all of the location details as well. So here if Google didn't return the coordinates, the place can't be shown on the map, so the function returns none. Okay, so that's what we're going to do over here, and if at all the details doesn't contain the location, it's going to fall back to the text search result. So here I'm going to say location equals to your details dot get with respect to your geometry okay, not like this. I'm going to say dot get of location or results of 0 dot get of geometry dot get of location. Check the condition further on, that is if at all your location, or if not location or latitude is not in location. Similarly for longitude, or your longitude not in location, I'm going to say the logger dot warning no usable location for place, and here I'm going to say extra equals to query with that specific query. Alright, here I'm going to say return none. So yes, that's what we discussed earlier. If at all Google didn't return the coordinates, the place can't be shown onto the map, that is on this specific design, then the function is going to return none basically. Alright, next is with respect to the photo URLs. So let's try to initialize the code for that. I'm going to say photo underscore URL is going to be equals to none, and here your photos equals to your details dot get with respect to the photos. Okay, if at all your photos are going to be present. Next I'm going to create a photo reference, by the way, that's going to be equals to your photos of 0 dot get with respect to the photo reference. This is a value that's going to be present, and if photo reference is present, I'm going to initialize my photo URL. That is just like this. Okay, so what happens in the backend is Google returns something called as a photo reference. As I told, it doesn't return a direct image URL that we can use. So this code that we've written over here converts it into something like this. Let's say this specific link, okay, which can be later used to access the photo or display the photo onto our web page. Okay, next let's try to build a database record that creates the object that will be stored in the backend superbase. So here I'm going to say record equals to, we're going to have a bunch of items. So Google place ID, that is going to be your Google place ID, name of the place, that is going to be details to get with respect to the name, and then the name. Next your latitude detail, simple, if we can access with the help of location, and pass on the latitude. Next longitude, I'm going to say location of longitude, and city, I'm going to say city. Your country is going to be country value. Apart from that, we're going to have is the rating for that specific place. With the help of details we can get it. Next we're going to have is your photo URL, that is going to be photo URL. Next we're going to have is your description. Okay, so this part is done. So here I'm going to check the condition stating that if not your record of your Google place ID or your record of your latitude is none, or your record of longitude is also none, then over here I'm going to say logger.warning incomplete place record, and then skipping. Here I'm going to say extra equals to name, that is going to be equals to name, and then I'm directly going to say return none. Well, so now the next step is to insert it into Superbase. That's going to store the place permanently. Okay, so for that I'm going to have my try block initialized over here. So try, I'm going to say inserted is going to be equals to this one, and return inserted dot your data of 0 if inserted dot data, else your record. Okay, here I'm going to say accept your exception as error. All right, so the next step is with respect to the concurrent requests. So let's say suppose two users search for Eiffel Tower at the exact same time. Okay, so both is going to check the cache and both is going to see not found. Correct, that's how it's going to work. So both try inserting and one succeeds, the other gets duplicate key error, right? So for that we need to do the duplicate handling. So instead of failing, what we're going to do is the code is going to simply query the superbase again and returns the row that was just inserted by the first request. So let's try to handle that over here within the error block. So I'm going to check if your duplicate key in string of error dot lower or 23505 in string of error here I'm going to say logger.info place already cached by a concurrent request. Okay, I'm going to say extra equals to your Google Place ID, that is going to be equals to your Google Place ID. Next here I'm going to say your existing equals to call the admin client dot table access the places table. I'm going to say dot select of star. I'm going to say dot equate or equals to your Google Place ID, comma Google Place ID dot your execute. Next I'm going to check if at all existing dot data is present, return that. All right, else I'm going to say logger dot error failed to insert the place, and here I'm going to say extra equals to error, that's going to be string of e, and here I'm going to say name is going to be name and return none. Right, so that's pretty much it. So this is the entire code for the places service.py. So yeah, let's try to save the file. Now let's come back to your chat sidebar, not chat sidebar, I think your other bit of it. I think I'm not getting the component, that's the one that we just designed. Okay, your page.tsx, I think that's the one. Yep, so over here we're going to have a new component being designed, that's going to be our chat workspace. Okay, so I'm going to say come back to your components. Yeah, this is the one, and then new file chat workspace.tsx rfce. Save the file, come back to your page.tsx, and below this I'm going to say chat workspace, import it from components, and then let's try to save. Here it's going to take in your initial trip ID, or first let me check your chat workspace component. Okay, so here we're going to say initial trip ID is going to be equals to your trip ID. Let's try to save the file and come back to your chat workspace.tsx, and here let's continue designing this, and we're just going to do some boilerplate code, and let's start off the top design and then your side part of the design over here. So here I'm going to say export default function chat workspace, that is going to have your initial trip ID. So here your initial trip ID is going to be of a string. Okay, I think I've messed up with the brackets. Let me just fix that up. Alright, just like this. And onto the top, I'm going to have your trip ID being initialized. So I'm going to say const trip ID comma set trip ID equals to use state of string or undefined. Initially it's going to be of the initial trip ID. Next, your view. So const view comma set view, whether it is in a chat mode or it is in a itinerary mode, correct? Because we have two modes over here. By default it's going to be in the chat mode. Equals to use state. It's either going to be chat or your itinerary. By default in the chat mode. Let's try to use the return block. Having a main tag, and we're going to have a header tag, by the way. Within the header we're going to have a div, two spans which is going to say atlas, and then a text which is going to say new trip. Save the file. Okay, yeah, even for this we need to use the use client directive on the top. Save. There you go. Just like that, we're able to see that design. It's looking good. So come back over here, and for this specific span, I'm going to say class font of display. Text is going to be XL, italic. Text is going to be of pine. For the upper div, class name, flex, item center, and then a gap of 2. So below this specific div, I'm going to have one more div having a button which is going to say chat, another button which is going to say itinerary. Just copy this down. Over here, and I'm going to say this one, save. As you can see, all of that is being shown onto the screen, which is looking good. So first of all, let me give the design for the outermost main tag. Flex, flex of 1, flex of call, overflow is going to be hidden. For the header bit of it, give it flex, items of center, justify between, border B, border is going to be line, px of 6, py of 3, and save. There you go. Just like that, is looking pretty clean. Now let's give the design for your inner view that is going to contain your buttons. So yeah, class name, it needs to be in a row fashion. So pass on that. Gap of 1, rounded is going to be full, border, and then border of line. BG is going to be paper, and a padding of 1. For the button, I'm going to say class name. Here, make use of backticks. I'm going to say rounded is going to be a full, px of 4, py of 1.5, font is going to be of body, text of sm, transition, and check the condition stating that if at all your view is going to be equals to chat, I'm going to have this one, that is bg ink of bg ink, and then text of paper. Else I'm going to say text ink is going to be soft, and if I hover over it, that is going to be text of ink. Okay, so similar condition I'm going to add it for the second piece of class name for the button. You can take a look at it. Save the file. Let's check this out, and boom, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. Now let's give the on click and let's see what exactly happens. So for the topmost button, I'm going to say on click over here. It's going to take in a function, and I'm going to say set view to be of chat. Okay. And for the second button over here, I'm going to say on click, take in a function. Here we're going to say set the view to be of your itinerary. Save. As you can see, now we are able to switch between both of the tabs. So this is working properly fine. I've also added the next piece of code, that is with respect to the left side where the chat is going to happen, and with respect to the right side where some animation and the map design is going to be shown. Okay, so check the condition stating that if at all view is equals to chat, initialize a chat panel component, and if it is not chat, if it is itinerary, then show a itinerary panel, and towards the right hand side it's going to be your map or discovery page or component. Let's try to comment this out for now. Let's try to save the file. So alright, so now the next step is to create your tables part of it, that is in the Supabase backend. So let's go do that. I'll be adding the code, and the code is going to be present for the tables in the description. You can take it. Okay, it's free itself in the drive link. So here I'm going to say table editor. As you can see, no tables are created. I'm going to come back to my SQL editor, and then I'm going to paste the command. You can just get it from the description and you can enter it over there. Okay, so yeah, we are also creating the index as well, and we're also creating a policy that is authenticated users can read places, and on places for select to authenticate using is going to be true, and these are the content for the places table. Let's press on run over here. So there you go, this got executed. Next, similarly, we're going to do that for the trip table. So press on new query and then execute this. Again, we're trying to create the index for faster searching. Okay, so these are the required things for trip. And again, we have set some policies, that is users can view their own trips, they can create their own trips, update also is done, and delete also can be possible. Okay, so you can try to execute this one. That's going to be the second table. Again, run. There you go, this got executed. Next we have is your chat messages table. Again, I'm going to say new query over here, execute all of the chat messages. These are the contents for your chat messages. Okay, and again we are indexing it over here in the backend and creating some policies such as users can view messages in their own trips, users can create messages in their own trips. All right, so that's how we're going to do it, and I'm going to press on run again. There you go, this got executed. Now the final one is for the itineraries. I'm going to say final query, enter a new query, and then we're going to run this as well. You can take a look at the entire code. Okay, I think that's it. So let's press on run over here. So we have created again policies for each of the queries, that is with respect to this one, users can view itineraries for their own trips, users can create itineraries for their own trips, and they can also update their itineraries for their own trips. So all of these got created. If you can verify your table editor, so as you can see, all of these tables should be created over here. There you go, chat messages, your itineraries currently empty, your places, as well as your trips. Okay, so all the details which we have given in the query is being entered over here, as you can see, as the header, and same thing goes with respect to the trips as well. Now let's come back to the backend part, and then let's set up the backend implementation. That is what exactly happens. That is basically the endpoints I'm talking about. If at all they enter a text or a query and then press on enter, what needs to start happening, correct? So that's going to be the next step. Let's come back over here, and we're gonna say your routers. Within this, we're gonna create your trips.py as well as your chat.py. So this is going to be the next step. So we're going to write the backend implementations for, so we're going to write all of the backend implementations for this, what needs to happen, that is for streaming and how to get all of the details, your itinerary, your places, your messages, and all of these details. So that's what we're going to do right now. And let me verify if at all the trip service is written, because that should be first, then only we can come back and write the implementation for this. So let me create that as well. New file, your trip or trip service .py. So here onto the top, first of all, let me import your create client as well as the client, and also import the settings as well. That is just like this. Let's define the get user client method of your access underscore token that is going to be of string. Your client. Okay, here you can just add a message which is going to say creates a Superbase client authenticated as requesting user via their JWT. So your RLS policies apply exactly as if the user queried directly. Okay, so here I'm going to say Superbase client is going to be equals to your create client of your settings dot your Superbase URL. This is the one, and it's also going to take in your settings dot your Superbase Anand key. Okay, here we are going to say Superbase dot your Postgres dot auth of your access token. Here we're going to say return Superbase. So basically this function creates a Superbase client that acts on behalf of the logged in user instead of the admin privileges. So it also accepts the user's JWT access token, and it's going to create a normal Superbase client using your project's URL as well as the Superbase anon key. Alright, now next let's try to write the function for creating a trip in the backend. I'm going to say async define. It is going to be create underscore trip. It's going to have your user client, that is going to be of client. Next your user underscore ID, that is going to be of string, and title is going to be of string as well. Destination is going to be of string or none. Okay, here I'm going to say result equals to your user underscore client dot table, access the trips table, and we're going to make use of the insert method. So I'm going to say insert. We're going to insert your user underscore ID, that is going to be user ID, and then your title, that is going to be title. Furthermore, your destination is going to be destination. Okay, here I'm going to say execute. That's it. Once that's done, I'm just going to say return your result.data of 0. That's how we are going to access the details, and that's how we're going to create a trip in the backend. Next, you're going to write the function to save the message in the backend, that is your chat messages for each kind of chat session for a specific user. I'm going to say async define. It's going to be save underscore message, your user underscore client, that's going to be of client, comma your trip underscore ID of string, role is going to be of string, content string, your places is going to be list of dictionary. Okay, so here we're going to say result is going to be equals to, again I'm going to say user client, access that, that's going to be dot table, my bad, access the table name, in our case it is going to be chat messages dot, again insert the data to be inserted. It's going to have your trip ID, that is going to be trip underscore ID, and then your role, that is going to be your role. Okay, next I'm going to say content, that is going to be content, and places is going to be places dot execute. Okay, so now next step what we're going to do is we're going to bump your updated at, so the trips can be sorted by recent activity. So for that I'm going to say user client dot your table, access your trips dot update. Here I'm going to say updated at is going to be nuff dot equate or equals your ID, that's going to be trip underscore ID, then dot execute. Okay, here I'm going to say return result dot your data of 0. So that's pretty much it about your save message. So now the next step is to get the trip with the messages. That is, let's say if at all I press on any of the chat that the user has chatted with, we need to get all of the messages of that specific chat and then show it towards the right hand side. So here I'm going to say async def get trip with messages. Here I'm going to say user client is going to be client and trip underscore id is going to be of string of ticked or none. So wrong spelling of async. Here we're going to have the try block, sorry, not try block, my bad. Your trip result equals to access the user client, go into your trips table where all of the trip info is present, select star dot, we need the access to the id basically, that should be equals to your trip id, and execute it. So here we're going to get all of the trips details. So check the condition stating that if not your trip result dot data, then here I'm going to say return none. Okay, next I'm going to say message underscore result is going to be equals to this specific query. You can take a look at it. All right, so once we have the message result, here I'm going to say trip is going to be equals to your trip result dot, again similarly data of 0. Next trip with respect to the messages equals to messages underscore result dot your data, and then return the trip. All right, so that's the entire function for getting the trip with the messages. I'm also going to add it for the delete trip. You can take a look at it. It's pretty simple. So we're going to say async define delete trip. It's going to take in the user client and the trip id to be deleted. It's going to return a true or false whether it got deleted or not. Okay, next result is going to be equals to access the trips table and delete that specific trip id and execute that. Okay, and we're going to say return length of result data should be greater than 0. So that's it. Next I'm going to say async define list user trips. It's going to have your user client, that's going to be of client, and then user id, that's going to be of string, and list of ticked. So this is to list all of the user trips, that is all of these chats. Okay, so here I'm going to say access your result equals to your user underscore client dot table of trips, make use of the select of star, and it should match your user id by the way, so add in that condition. And we're also going to do order by your updated at descending is going to be equals to true. Finally execute it. That's it. Okay, here we're going to say return your result dot data. Okay, so this step is done. So for the itinerary part we can do it later or we can do it now itself. Yeah, let's first of all complete it since we are writing this code. Async definition is going to be save itinerary of your user client and the trip id is going to be string days list of your dictionary. So there you go, I've added the code for this. You can take a look at it. Okay, that's the command, and these are all of the queries that we're going to execute. Next is for getting the itinerary for that specific trip. I'm going to say async define get underscore itinerary. Here I'm going to say user client of client, and then trip underscore id is going to be of string of ticked or none, initialize your result. Again, similarly, we can write down the query. So user client dot choose the table that is going to be your itineraries. So make sure the spelling is correct. Whatever you have given in the backend, it should be the same spelling. Otherwise, the query would not work properly. Fine. So select star from over here, and this should be equals to your trip ID dot execute. Okay, here I'm going to say return result dot data of 0 if result dot data, else none. Async define set cover photo if missing. So this is to check if at all a cover photo is present or not for a particular trip. So let's say, they enter a chat and they go on to trips. So let's say they have entered a place in Hyderabad, or let's say some international place. So it's going to have a cover image as you saw in the demo part of the video. So that we're going to be showing it over there. All right. So here I'm going to say set cover photo if missing. It's going to have your user underscore client of your client and your trip ID of string photo URL is going to be of string as well. That's going to be of none. Okay, I'm going to initialize the command for the trip. That's how we get it. That is just like this. Okay, here I'm going to check if at all my trip dot data and not trip dot data of 0 dot get of your cover photo URL. Then here I'm going to say user client dot table, go into your trips dot, I'm going to update it, that is your cover photo URL. It's going to be equals to your photo URL. That's how you're going to do it. And this should be equals to your ID comma your trip ID. I'm going to say dot execute over here. That's it. Save the file. So this is your entire code for the trip service.py. Okay. Next we can come back to the routers and then we can start writing the code for your trips.py. So that's going to happen over here. Okay, I've already created the file previously. So here on the top, let me import all of the required things. You can take a look at it, and from your app.services dot your trips service, I'm going to import all of these things, that is get user client and then create trip, get trip with messages, list user trips, save message, delete trip, set cover photo if missing, save itinerary as well as your get itinerary, and from your app.service dot your itinerary service, that's not yet done, we can do that later. Here let's initialize your router. So router is going to be equals to your API router. It's already imported from fast API. Prefix is going to be /trips. Let me also pass on the tags. That's going to be trips over here. Next, let's try to have in the first part, that's going to be router.post method. That's for the create trip endpoint. At router.post, I'm going to say response model equals to trip and async define create trip endpoint. It's going to have the body that is going to be of trip create. User is going to be of your current user equals to depends of your get current user. Here initialize user client as you have done previously. So user client is going to be equals to call that method get user client of your user dot access token. Next trip is going to be equals to await, call the method create trip. This in turn is going to take in your user client, comma your user dot your user ID, body dot title, and body dot destination. And here I'm going to say return trip. Okay, so this over here, that is user current user, that is going to be dependent on the get current user. This is going to protect the endpoint by requiring authentication, and your get current user method verifies your JWT, okay, and provides the logged in user's credentials. So this is going to create your Superbase client authenticated as the current user. So let's say any database operation follow that user's row level security, that's RLS permissions. And after that, we're gonna create a new trip using the user's ID, title, their body, and then the destination, and the created trip is returned as the API response over there. Okay, so yes, that's it. So now next, let's move on to the next part. That's going to be list the trips endpoint. This is going to be the post method, get method, router.get. It's going to be just empty for now. Response model equals to list of your trip. Here I'm going to say async define list trips endpoint. Here I'm going to say user is going to be of current user equals to, again, depends of your get current user. Again, let's try to initialize your user client. It's pretty simple. You can copy it down from the previous line. Next, I'm going to say return await list user trips of your user client and your user ID. Okay. Next, I'm going to say at router.get. It's going to be / your trip ID. Here I'm going to say response underscore model is going to be equals to trip with messages. So this is already imported from your models.trip. Okay. Here I'm going to say this is to get the information for a particular trip endpoint. So async define get trip endpoint. It's going to have your trip ID, which is in string format, and the user, that's going to be of current user, equals to depends of your get current user. Okay, so here I'm going to check. Again, user client is going to be equals to get user client of user.access token. Trip is going to be equals to await get trip with messages of your user underscore client, comma your trip ID. Here I'm going to check if not trip. Then next I'm going to say raise HTTP exception, pass on the status code, that's going to be equals to 404, and your details is going to be equals to trip not found. Next, here I'm going to say return trip. Okay, so that's pretty much it. We can move on to the next step, that is to delete a specific trip from the front end. So again, router, it's going to be of your delete method. It's going to have your trip ID. So here we're going to say async define delete trip endpoint trip underscore ID of string. Your user is going to be of current user equals to depends of your get current user. Okay, again we can initialize the same piece of line over here. Initialize the user client, and your deleted is going to be equals to await, call that delete trip method from that specific service file, and this is going to take in the user client and your trip ID to be deleted. So if not deleted, here I'm going to say raise HTTP exception, pass on your status code, that's going to be 404, and detail is going to be trip is not found. Here I'm going to say return success is going to be equals to true. So now next let's move on to the next part, that's going to be for saving a message to the backend part. Okay, I've added the router.post method over here. Here I'm going to say async define save message endpoint. This in turn is going to have your trip ID, that is going to be of string. Body, it's going to be of message create. User is going to be of current user. Again, depends of your get current user. Here let's try to initialize the user client again. Copy this down. So your saved is going to be equals to await. Call that method save message. Pass on all of the values, user client, your trip ID, body.role, body.content, as well as your places. Okay. So now for the cover image, what we're going to do is we're going to use the first real place as the trips cover image instead of a unrelated stock photo. Okay. So for that, I'm going to check if my body.places. Here I'm going to say places with photos equals to access all of the values p for p in body.places if p.get of your photo URL. Here I'm going to check if places with photos is present, then your best is going to be equals to make use of the maximum value, and let's try to access just like this with respect to the rating. Await, I'm going to say set cover photo if missing of your user client, your trip ID, and best of your photo. So next we're going to say return saved over here. Next let's move on to the next part, that's going to be for generating a itinerary. Okay, so here I'm going to say router.post method. It's going to be / your trip ID / your itinerary. Here I'm going to say response model, that's going to be equals to your itinerary. It's already imported onto the top. So async define generate itinerary endpoint of your trip underscore ID, that is going to be of string. User is going to be of your current user equals to depends of your get current user. Next here I'm going to say user underscore client equals to get user client of your user dot access token. Next trip is going to be equals to await get trip with messages of your user client and your trip ID. Okay, so furthermore, if not trip, if it's not present, I'm going to say raise a HTTP exception of your status code, that's going to be equals to 404, and detail is going to be equals to trip is not found. Next is with respect to the history, I'll be adding that and also initializing the days, that's going to be equals to generate itinerary. That is just like this. Okay, is it get? Let me check the spelling once. Okay, so itinerary service is not yet done, so that's the reason it's kind of erroring out. Yeah, we can look into this later. So below this, I'm going to say this one. So save the file. So if at all it's not used for now, I'm just going to comment this out. Okay, or we can comment out the entire thing for now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So this step is done. So now we can write the functionality for the chat.py such that we can see everything streaming over here as the chat is going to be shown to the user from the AI side. Okay, so for that we're going to do the implementation within your chat.py. That's going to be this one. So again, onto the top, I'm going to import all of the required things. So pretty much you can import from the previous screen, that is strips.py. It's pretty similar. Next, create your router again. It's going to be equals to API router. Your prefix is going to be /chat, and your tags is going to be of chat. So here I'm going to say async define enrich underscore stream. It's going to take in the message of string as well as your history. So basically this function, acts as a middle layer between Claude's streamed response and the front end part. So it's basically going to take in all of the raw places extracted by Claude on the back end, and it enriches them with your Google Places data like coordinates, photos, ratings, and then streams the enriched places information to the front end part. Okay, so it's going to accept the user's message and the chat history. So that's the reason we have passed in two things as the function parameter. So now next we're going to stream the Claude's response. So for that I'm going to say async for line in your stream chat response of your message comma your history. Here I'm going to say event is going to be equals to json.loads of your line. Okay, next if event of type is not equals to your places underscore raw, then I'm going to say yield the line and then continue. So here we are trying to parse the JSON, so that's the reason we are going to say json.loads of line. So this is basically going to convert the stream JSON string into a Python dictionary. So for example, it's going to look something like this. So type is going to be of text and content is going to be visit the Eiffel Tower. So next is going to be forwarding the non-place events. So for that we're going to check the condition, and if at all the event is a normal chat or an error, it is immediately forwarded to the front end without the modification. So now next step is to get the Claude's extracted places. So let's try to access that. I'm going to say raw places is going to be equals to your event of places. Next over here try block, I'm going to say enriched records is going to be equals to await async io dot gather. So you can add it just like this. So what basically this does is it is going to enrich the places in parallel. So for every extracted place, it calls your find or create method. So basically this function searches for the Google Places, checks the Supabase cache if it's present, and retrieves the coordinates, your photos as well as the ratings. Okay, and we have passed in over here async io.gather. So it's going to run all of these lookups in a concurrent manner, making multiple API calls faster than processing them one by one. So next step is to handle all of these errors. In the except block, I'm going to say except your exception as a error. I'm going to say make use of the logger dot error. I'm going to say place enrichment failed. Here extra is going to be equals to error, that is going to be string of error. Next I'm going to say yield json.dumps. Here I'm going to say type is going to be equals to places, and here places is going to be equals to a empty array. Okay, this part is done. So now let's initialize the places payload. So I'm going to say places underscore payload equals to So it's going to contain all of the required details, that is your place ID, name, latitude, longitude, city, country, and then so on. So I'm going to add few and then enter the code for the remaining one. So that's how you're going to access it. That's Google place ID. Next, with respect to the name, it's going to be R of name. Next is going to be latitude. We're going to say R of lat. Similarly, for everything, we're going to add it over here. That is just like this. Okay. Next, I'm going to say for R in your enriched records, if your R and your r.get of your Google Place ID and r.get of latitude is not none and r.get of longitude is also not none, so is not none. Here I am going to say yield your json.dumps. I'm going to pass on the type, that is going to be places, and here places is going to be your places payload. Okay, that's it. So this part is done. So this basically means we are trying to build the front end response. Okay, that is all of these information. So it's going to convert the database records into the format expected by the front end. So each place is going to contain all of these values, that is place ID, your name, your latitude, longitude, your country, city, photo URL, and then the description. Alright, and finally we're trying to yield it over here, as you can see. So instead of Claude's raw place names, the frontend receives fully enriched place objects that can be used to place the marker also onto the map, display photos, show ratings and descriptions, and then other details. So you can check out the entire flow. It's going to look something like this. Okay, so user message, we're going to call the stream chat response, and it's going to have your text events. You're going to pass on to the front end, and your places raw is going to go into your find or create place. It's going to access your Google Place, get all of the details, and also check the Superbase cache if it is present. Then it's going to formulate your enriched place details and then stream the places event, and then it's going to show the front end map. That's your entire design and implementation. That's how it's going to work. Okay, so next let's add the final step over here. For the chat, I'm going to say router dot, it's going to be post / stream. Here I'm going to say async define chat stream. This for the streaming part. This in turn is going to have a body of type chat request. User is going to be of the current user. Again, depends of the get current user. Here we're going to say return your streaming response. I'm going to say enrich and stream of your body.message, comma your body.history. You're also going to pass in the media type. That's going to be application / ndjson. Application / x ndjson. Let's try to save the file. So there you go. So this part is done. So now we can actually come back to your main.py, and then we can import the required things, and you can also try to run that as well. Okay, so I'm going to say from your app.routers import your chat. That's the one which we just defined, and from app.your routers import your trips as well. So below your middleware code, I'm going to say app.include router. That's going to be your chat.router. Next, I'm going to say app.include router. That's going to be trip.router. That's it. So trips, it should be trips over here. Not over there. Trips.router. Where is that? Yep, over here. Save the file. So yeah, we are almost done with the backend part. Okay, no issues hopefully, as you can see. And now we can move over to the front end part, and then we can integrate all of these things. and we can try to implement your chat functionality as well as the itinerary and your map functionality as well, that is to show all of the map pins once the places are loaded over here within the chat. So that's going to be the next step. Alright, so now actually we can come back to the API part and then design that instead of looking into the design bit, that is the chat and the map part. Okay, so we need to first of all query the functions such that we can use those functions in your components or the pages. Okay, so that's going to happen within your API. Alright, so trips.ts we have two things, so we can try to define the functions for create trip, get trip, save message, and all those things. Okay, here I'm going to say export type trip with messages DTO equals to your trip DTO, and I'm going to say messages is going to be of chat message DTO. Here next let's try to define it for the function create trip. So I'm going to say export async function. I'm going to say create trip. Here it's going to have your title basically, that is going to be of string, and your destination, that is going to be of string as well. Here I'm going to have a promise of trip DTO. Let's write that properly and initialize the result. So const result is going to be equals to await your API client. Okay, I think we need to define that first. Dot is going to be the post method and / trips, and it's going to take in two things, your title and the destination. So I'm going to say title and destination. Okay, and once that's done, let's try to just say return your result.data. So for your client, so let's try to initialize the API client. That's the next step. So within the API itself, I'm going to create a new file that's going to be your client.ts. okay, here I'm going to say import Axios from Axios. I don't think Axios is installed. Install it to the main package. I'm going to say yarn add Axios. Next, I'm going to say let's try to create the Axios client, I mean your API client, with the help of Axios.create method. Axios.create. This in turn is going to take in your base URL, that is going to be your process.env.next_public_API URL. Okay, so now the next step is you're going to attach the current Supabase session token to every outgoing request. Okay, so this means that no call site can forget your auth header. So for that, we're going to make use of your interceptors.request. So I'm going to say API client.interceptors.request.use, having your async config over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say const Supabase is going to be equals to create client, imported from the client itself. Next, let's try to get in the data. So I'm going to say const data equals to your await supabase.auth.get session. Next, const token is going to be equals to data.session dot your access token, and if at all your token value is present, then set the headers. So for that, I'm going to say config.headers.authorization is going to be equals to bearer $token. Okay, that's it. So now the next step is, if at all your backend is going to ever reject a token as expired or invalid, we're going to force a clean reauth initialization. That is, you need to again log in or again get the magic link and then again log into the app. Okay, for that again we're going to use the interceptors but the response. So here I'm going to say your API client dot interceptors dot your response dot use. This is going to have your response, by the way. Get that response, and here I'm going to say async error, and I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all your error dot your response dot status is going to be equals to 401, then const superbase is going to be equals to create client, and I'm going to say await superbase dot auth dot your sign out. Okay, next I'm going to check if at all my type of window is not equals to undefined, then here I'm going to set the href that's going to be auth required. So window dot location dot href equals to auth equals to required. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's come back to trips and then we can try to import your API client and we can continue writing the code for the trips. We have few more functions. The next one is going to be for the get trip information. So yeah, let's try to export async get trip. Okay, so here I'm gonna have in your trip ID that is gonna be of string. So it's gonna be of type promise with your trip message DTO, trip with message DTO. Okay, here I'm gonna say const result is gonna be equals to await. It's gonna be simple. API client, it's gonna be dot get. Make use of backticks. It's gonna be / trips, comma your trip ID. So next I'm gonna say return your result dot data. That's it. Next is the function to save the message to the backend. Okay, for that I'm gonna say export async function save message. It's gonna take in a bunch of parameters. That is gonna be your trip ID to save string, the role that's gonna be of either the user or your assistant. Next, it's gonna be for the content that is gonna be of string, your places that is gonna be of unknown. Okay, here I'm gonna say const result is gonna be equals to await API client dot post. It's gonna be / trips and then your trip ID / your messages. Okay, here it's gonna take in your three things, your role and the content as well as the places. I'm gonna say content and your places. Again, similarly return your result.data. Next function is for the list of trips. I'm gonna say export async function. It's gonna be list trips, by the way. As of now, nothing over here. So this is gonna be of type again promise of your trip DTO. Here I'm gonna say const result is gonna be equals to await API client dot get. It's gonna be / trips. Here I'm gonna say furthermore return result dot data. Next, finally, I'm gonna add it for the export. Not export. I'm gonna add it for the delete trip. You can take a look at it. Okay, just like that, I've added it for the delete trip. So yes, this part is done. We can move on to the next step. That is gonna be for the chatting part over here. So let's try to create a chat.ts file and define the streaming function, that is the functionality for this, and let's see how exactly it's going to work. So first of all, I'm going to implement your type that's going to be stream event. Okay, so I'm going to say export type stream event equals to So it's gonna have a type of either text, content is gonna be string over here, or it's gonna have a type of error, by the way, and message is gonna be of string, or it's gonna be of places, and it's gonna look something like this. That is with respect to all of the places. So I'm gonna say places over here. Again, within an object, it's gonna have all of the details like place ID, name, latitude, longitude, city, country, okay, so on. So place ID, it's gonna be string. Your name is also gonna be string. So your latitude is gonna be of number, and then longitude is also going to be of number. I'm going to add the remaining things as well, and you can take a look at it. So there you go. Just like that, I've also added the city, country, rating, photo URL as well as your description. So yes, this part is complete. Next I'm going to say export async function. It's going to be for the stream chat. Okay, so this in turn is going to take in a bunch of parameters. It's going to have a message that's going to be of type string, your history as well. Remember, this was passed on. The role is going to be of string, and your content is going to be of string as well. It's going to be in the form of array, and on event, what needs to happen, it's going to take an event of type your stream event. It's going to be of type void, and finally is with respect to your signal, it's going to be about signal. So basically this function is like, a front-end utility function that sends the user's message and your chat history as well to the backends /chat/stream endpoint that we have written. Okay, while first retrieving the logged in user's Superbase access token, and it's also going to include it as a bearer for the authentication. So for that, first of all, let's try to implement your client. Let's try to get that value. That is just like this. Import your create client from your client itself, Superbase client. Next, let's try to get the auth session and as well as your token from the user. So destructure the data. That's going to be equals to await Superbase dot your auth dot get session. Here I'm going to say const token equals to your data dot session dot your access token. Here we're going to make the call. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await fetch, make use of backticks, and here I'm going to say your process dot env dot next public API URL /chat and then /stream. That's our endpoint. Here pass on the required details, your method, it's going to be of course post, your headers as well. Okay, here I'm going to say your content type, that is going to be application /JSON. Next is your authorization, that is going to be bearer $token. Okay, let's also pass in the body that's required. It's going to be your JSON.stringify or your message and the history. That's it, and pass on the signal as well. So yes, this part is done, and now next I'm going to add in two more conditions, that is if at all not of response.ok and if at all not of response.body. We're going to throw specific errors for each of the things, so you can take a look at it. Okay, so now next we need to implement something called as the get reader functionality and your text decoder as well. So this is actually going to convert the incoming binary chunks from the AI into readable text as the backend is going to stream the data. So that's going to be the next step. So let's add the code for that. Okay, I think the format is not working because there is an issue over here. I've added a parenthesis instead of the I've added the braces instead of parentheses. Add this one. Now format. It should be a comma. Yeah, now it's good. So now let's try to initialize your reader as well as the decoder. So const reader is going to be equals to response.body.getReader. Next I'm going to say const decoder is going to be equals to new text decoder. Okay, let's try to initialize your buffer over here. We have done this for previous AI projects that we have built on the channel. Okay, so the reason we're using this is your stream data can arrive in partial chunks and not in full proper values. So it stores your incomplete data in buffer, splits the complete messages using your new line delimiter, and keeps any unfinished part for the next chunk. So while using this, we're gonna retrieve the data properly in a format that can be properly read it. Alright, so I'm gonna say while true over here. I'm going to say const done comma value, getting these two things from your reader.read. That's what it gives, by the way. Await reader dot your read. If it's done, which means if it has reached the end, then try to break. Else buffer plus equals to your decoder dot value. Decoder dot decode. It's going to take in your value, and your stream is going to be true over here. I'm going to say const lines is going to be equals to buffer.split with the help of the new line delimiter. Next buffer equals to lines.pop. So now next we need to actually parse the lines. Okay, so we're going to parse each complete line into a stream event object, that is the one which you have just defined over here, and we're going to pass the on event callback such that the UI is going to update the streamed text immediately. Okay, so first of all, check the condition that if at all there is no value, then continue. So before that, I'm going to say for const line of lines if not of line.trim, continue, and then try catch of error. I'm going to say console.error. It's going to be failed to parse streamline e comma line. On try is going to be equals to on event of your json.parse of the line as a stream event. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So this is the entire code for your chat.ts. You can take a look at it. So now we can move on to the next bit, that is going to be your chat workspace. Let's see what exactly is there over there. So this is the page, page of chat. Once I press on chat workspace, yep, we have done some initial boilerplate code that's going to look something like this. So we can actually start designing your chat panel. So yeah, we can actually start designing our chat panel that is going to look something like this. All right, so first of all, let's create all of these components within the components folder. Chat panel.tsx rfc to get the Sujan code snippet. Come back to this point. Next, let's try to also create a itinerary panel as well. So itinerary panel.tsx, again rfce, save. Finally is your map or discovery that's going to come towards the right hand part at this point. Okay, again rfce to get the Sujan code snippet and then save. Let's come back and then let's try to uncomment this and let's try to import it as well. Import to chat panel, your itinerary panel as well as your map or discovery. Save the file. So now let's check out the UI. I think no difference should be there because nothing is already added. Okay, we need to start designing the chat panel, that is this specific part. So yes, over here, let's start coding this out and we can try to have some initial designs. That is all of these. I think it's only with respect to the input bar because all this design is coming from the backend. That is your streaming part. Okay. But onto the top, I'm going to initialize all of the required things now. So I'm going to say initially your type of message equals to, I'm going to say role, that is going to be of user or assistant. Next, I'm going to say content, that is going to be of string. I'm going to say places, that is going to be of place. I don't think this is defined. That's going to be coming from your use places store. Okay, I think that's not yet done. So yeah, let's try to create a new file that's going to be use place store.ts. And here we're going to define the type of place. Okay, let me just write that down, and let's also set up the state for this as well. That's the global state management. I'm going to say export type your place equals to, it's going to have a place ID of string, name is going to be of string, latitude is going to be of number, longitude is also going to be of number, city is also going to be of string, country is also going to be of string, rating, all these are not compulsory, so that's the reason I'm adding the question mark. These are optional fields. Your photo URL is going to be string, description is also going to be string. Okay, so next I'm going to say type places state. So I'm going to be adding all of the required things. You can take a look at it. That is just like this. Okay, we're going to have places of type place, your selected place ID, and has started chat or not. We need that to access the value. So it's going to be of type boolean, and age streaming is going to be boolean if it's true or false. What is the last query? And these are some of the methods, that is add place, select place, start a new chat, and then set the age streaming. So here I'm going to say export const use places store equals to create from Justin, not from this one. Okay, so here I'm going to say create, I'm going to say places state, set over here. Initially your places is going to be empty array, and then selected place ID, that's going to be null, and has started lunch and has started chat, that is going to be false. Okay, and is streaming, it's going to be false. Your last query is going to be false. Okay, not false, it's going to be initially empty string. Next we're going to have the state for adding the place. I'm going to say add place. This in turn is going to take in the place to add. I'm going to say set, take in your state over there, and check if at all my state dot your places dot use the sum method in JavaScript. If it's ID, so for all your p dot place ID is going to be equals to your place dot place ID, then we're going to return that specific state. Okay, here I'm just going to say return the places with the existing data. So dot state dot places, and add that specific place, and then just return that. Next is going to be with respect to the select place, that is going to be taking a place ID I'm going to say set over here. Selected place ID is going to be of place ID. Next I'm going to say start chat. That's going to be of query. Here I'm going to say set has started chat is going to be true, and last query is going to be your query. And finally set is streaming. This in turn is going to have in your value, and set the value to be of is streaming. It's going to become true. Okay, so I think a lot of bracket issues. Let me just fix that over here. Okay, I think this should not be present. Only one is there over here. Yeah, as you can see. Okay, so there you go. That's working fine. This is the entire code for your use place store. So come back to chat workspace. I mean, not this one. Your chat panel, you can import this from your use places store. So next over here, I'm going to say export default function chat panel. I'm going to say initial trip ID and your on trip created. It's going to have in these two methods because that's what we have passed in as props. And initial trip ID is going to be of string, and next your on trip created this is going to be of trip ID of string, and it's going to return a void. So next over here, let me just get all of your inputs and all of the methods that you're going to be using while implementing this specific function or component. So first of all, we need access to the input that the user is entering. So const input comma set input is going to be equals to your use state, initially empty string. Next const messages comma set messages is going to be equals to your use state of type message, like this, as an initial empty array. Next is with respect to the trip ID. So const trip ID comma set trip ID is going to be equals to use state of string or undefined, and here I'm going to pass on my initial trip ID. So next I'm going to have is for your is loading history as well as a set is loading history. Whenever a user visits a new chat, we need to show all of the previous history over there. Okay, next I'm going to say const add place is going to be equals to your use places store. Import that and just try to access that method s.add place. Next is with respect to the start chat equals to use places store, and here I'm going to say s.start chat. Next const is streaming equals to your again use places store, taking a method, and it's going to be s.is streaming. Next const set is streaming is going to be equals to use places store. It's going to be s.set is streaming. And finally I'm going to have a ref to access your loaded history. So for that, here I'm going to say const has load history is going to be equals to use ref of false. And if at all your loading history is true, that is with respect to this variable, I'm going to add a design that is just like this. Okay, we're going to show a span tag with the information that something is loading. That's the conversation. Here I'm going to say return. We're going to have a section, by the way, over here. We're going to have auto div as well. So for this I'm going to provide the class name nav itself, flex width of full. It's going to be in a column fashion, so flex col, border right, border line, MD is gonna be, that is from the medium screen, width is gonna be 45%. And here I'm gonna check the condition stating that if at all my messages dot length is gonna be equals to 0, we're gonna show a chat empty state component. Okay, so let's try to access that over here. First of all, let's create that component, that is chat empty state. .tsx rfce. Here let's try to add in that. I'm going to say chat empty state. Okay, else we're going to have all of the messages being mapped over here. Else we're going to have one more condition, by the way. So we're going to have a bunch of conditions. Let me write down all of these. So here, if at all, not this diff, yeah, so here if at all your message length is equals to 0, then show this component. Else if at all the messages are present, go ahead and then map over them. I'm going to say messages dot map for every message and then your index over here. Let me go ahead and then check the condition, that is if at all the message dot role is of your user. Okay, then for this let's try to show a diff. Okay, so this in turn is going to have one more diff that is going to be showing your message dot content over here. Okay, so for the design over here, I'm going to say key equals to index, class name is going to be equals to flex, and justify of end. For the inner one, I'm going to say max width of 85%. Rounded is going to be 2xl. BG is going to be ink. PX of 4. PY of 2.5. Font is going to be body. Text of SM and then text of paper. Okay, so let's say if at all your is streaming is true and your message.content is initially empty, which means let's say you enter somewhere off the beaten path in Europe, so it needs some time to think, correct? So at that particular point of time, you need to show some kind of animations to show to the user saying that something is loading onto the screen. So for that, we're going to have this specific design. So here we're going to have basically an outer div. Alright, and check the condition stating that if at all your message dot content, not over there, okay, just like this, over here we're gonna have a div. I'll be adding the design for that, you can take a look at it. So this is just the loading indicators. Okay, so we're just going to say Atlas is thinking, and these are just the dots that are going to be bouncing until the AI is finished thinking. Okay, and once we have the messages, then go ahead and then show all of the details. That's going to be in this specific div I'm going to write the code for. Okay, so here we're going to make use of the React Markdown. So try to add that package, yarn add React Markdown. So yeah, this step is complete, and let me just start writing down the design for this. We're gonna say React dot Markdown. Let me go ahead and then import it onto the top, just like this. So this is gonna have your components. Make it the strong word, and then children. I'm going to say const text is going to be equals to a string of the children. Let's try to use the const match. I'm going to say find your matching place. That's a function that we're going to define. It's going to have the text and the message dot places. And if at all your match is present, then we're going to return a hover card, because as you saw in the demo part of the video, let's say any place is there over there in the chat, and if at all the user hovers over there, we need to show a kind of hover card that is showing the more information about the place, like your images, your ratings, and a small description. So that's the design for this. Okay, here I'm going to say return your strong with your children. That's it. Here it's going to be the message.content. Okay, so that's pretty much it. And finally over here, we're going to have your div for your input box. So already I've just added the remaining bit of code, so you can take a look at it. So return the place hover card. It's going to take in the place and the match and show the children. Now I'll be designing your input box over here. Let's pass in the class name for this. It's going to have a border on the top, as you can see over here. So border T, border of line, and then padding of 4. Then over here I'm going to have another div, which in turn is going to have a button. Just going to say plus class name text of ink of soft, and if I hover over it, it's going to be text of ink. Next I'm going to have input over here. Your type is going to be of text, value is going to be of input, and I'm going to say on change. Yeah, just on change. Just try to set the value, take in the event, and I'm going to say set the input to be of your e.target.value. Next, on key down, what needs to happen, take in an event. So this is for the enter, so the user can just enter some text and press on enter instead of the button itself. I'm going to check if at all the e.key is going to be equals to enter, and handle send should be called. You can try to comment this for now because that's not present. Next I'm going to add it for your placeholder as well as the class name. You can take a look at it. Format for your div, it needs to be in a flex container. So flex items of center, it's gonna have a gap of 3, rounded is gonna be 2xl, border, and then border line, bg is gonna be paper, px of 4, py of 3. Save the file. Let's check out the design, and boom, just like that, as you can see, we have the proper working design and the placeholder is working properly fine, and it has taken up proper space, 45% from the medium screen, and this is a large screen basically. Okay, so yeah, this is working fine. We're just gonna have the button next over here. So I'm gonna say button. I'll be adding the design for the button. It's gonna be an icon, by the way. Here I'm gonna say disabled is gonna be if at all your is streaming is true, because the user might press on it again. Class name for this, flex, height of 9, okay, and then a width of 9 as well. Items is going to be of center, justify of center, rounded is going to be of full, bg of rust, text of paper, transition, and if I hover over it, it's going to be bg ink, and disabled opacity is going to be 50. Okay, I'll be adding the icon over here. It's going to be this one. You can use the emoji keyboard and then use that as well, and there you go. Just like that is looking fine, but yeah, we need to arrange it in a row fashion. Let's see where exactly we've gone wrong. Okay, so this should be coming within your input, below the input. Save. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty neat and clean. So now we can go and then implement your component that is going to be your chat empty state. Okay, so let's come back over here. So this is basically going to have a prop that is going to be handle select prop. On select equals to handle select prop. You can take a look at it. So I'll just be adding the function over here. This is just to set the state. Okay, nothing much. Save the file, come back to chat empty state. Okay, and let's start designing this over here. Here I'm going to say export default function your chat empty state. It's going to take in your on select. And here I'm going to say on select. Text is going to be a string. And here I'm going to have void. Okay, so yeah, first of all, onto the top I'm going to have my prompts so that we can show that over here in place of the empty chat if at all it's not present. So I'm going to add your prompts as well as the use client onto the top. So there you go. So these are all of the prompts. You can take a look at it. And over here, let me just directly try to return the design. There is nothing much. So return a div. We're going to have a span tag with a capital A. Pass on the design for this. It's going to be flex, height of 12, width of 12, items of center, justify of center, rounded is going to be full, it's going to have a border and then border line. BG is going to be of paper, font is display, text is going to be of XL, italic, text of fine. This step is done. Next, class name, I'm going to say flex, height of full, flex of call, item center, justify center, and then px of 4. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that, since our messages.length is empty or no messages are present, we are able to see the chat empty state component. Next, I'm going to have a h2 tag below your span. You can take a look at it. Save, which is going to say where to today. Alright, that's being shown onto the screen. Next, we're going to have is a p tag, which is going to say describe the trip you want, and then places will start pinning as you chat. So let's pass on the design for the p tag. Class name empty of 1, text is going to be of center, font is going to be of body, text of SM, and then text ink of soft. Next, span tag, I'm going to say try asking. Here I'm going to say class name, that is going to be card tag, pass on that, and then empty of 8, MB is going to be of 3, self is going to be of start. Save the file, and there you go. Just like that, we are able to see the designs looking pretty neat. Next, let's try to map over the prompts and then show the design. So I'm going to say prompts dot map for every value over here. I'm going to show a button. This in turn is going to have two things, your icon, p dot icon, as well as your text, p dot text. Pass on the design for the div. It's going to be in grid, width of full, grid calls of 1. It's going to have a gap of 2, and from small screen onwards it's going to be grid calls of 2. Next, key is going to be equals to p.text, and then next class name is going to be equals to flex items of start, gap of 2, rounded of XL, border of line, BG paper, PX of 4, PY of 3. Next I'm going to say text is going to be of left, alright, font of body, text SM, text is going to be ink, transition, and if I hover over it, it's going to be border pine, and if I hover over it again, it's going to be BG line by 20. Let's try to save the file. Let's look it out, and boom, just like that. As you can see, it's looking pretty neat and clean. Okay, so once you press on any of the text as well, automatically it's going to be shown into the chat. Okay, that's the reason we have passed on this on select, right? So come back to the button and then add the on click, just say on select of p.text, and boom, just like that. As you can see, I pressed on a relaxed beach week somewhere warm. That got added to the text over here. Okay, so yeah, this is working properly fine. So now we can go ahead and then implement the next bit of it. Let's come back to chat panel. So you can actually write your find matching place function, or even try to implement your handle send method as well. So all these are still pending. So this function is going to be coming from the places match.ts file. So I'm going to say lib over here, new file, places match.ts. So first of all, I'm going to have a function that's going to be normalize place name. That's going to look something like this. You can try to add it. Alright, so as the name suggests, this is going to normalize a place name so that different variations of the same place can be compared consistently. Alright, so it's going to convert the entire string into lowercase, and then we have used that regular expression. So this is going to remove all of the punctuation and then the main characters. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So let's say your example outputs are Eiffel Tower with a hyphen in between, and then your Louvre Museum. So all that is going to be converted to the same similar text. Okay, so this is going to be helpful in comparing place names even if they have different capitalization or your punctuations. Next is for your export function find your matching place. It's going to have your text and then your places. That is going to be of place imported from your store. This is the one. Or undefined. Okay, you first check the condition stating that if your places or if not places dot length, or just if not places, or not of your text or trim, then try to return the undefined over here. So next, also try to initialize your normalized text by calling the function above. That's going to be normalized places names, and if at all it's not present, return undefined. Here I'm going to say return your places dot find if at all of the values are present. For every place, I'm going to say const normalize name is going to be equals to your normalized place name of your p.name, and if not of your normalized place name, Then I'm going to say return false. Here I'm going to say return your normalized place. Your normalized name is going to be equals to your normalized text or your normalized name dot if it is including your normalized text or your normalized text includes your normalized name. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So we have written down this one. Let's try to save the file. So basically this function is used to find the place object that matches a given piece of text, even if the names are not in exact English or even if they are in different punctuations. All right, and in the return block we're just trying to search through the places array. So this is going to loop through every place until it finds the first match, and we're going to try to also normalize each place name. So let's say we have something like this. So this is going to get converted into something like this. Okay, same thing goes for Eiffel Tower. Even if it is with punctuations, we're going to remove all of that and it's going to get converted into normal plain text. And these are all of the match conditions that we have passed in over here. Alright, so a place is considered a match if at all it is an exact match. So let's say with the help of this. So as you can see, these two words are an exact match, that is Eiffel Tower equals to Eiffel Tower. Else if at all a place name contains the search text or the search text contains the place name, that is the vice versa. So that's the reason we have written it just like this. So this makes your matching more flexible than requiring your exact equality. Okay, so save the file, just try to import this over here. The next step is to show the place hover card. I'll be adding the design for that. So I'm going to say place hover card.tsx rfce, save the file. So instead of this, I'm going to say export default function. So here I'm going to say export default function. It's going to be place hover card. This in turn is going to take in your props. It's going to receive them. That's place and then your children. Let's define these properties. Place is going to be of type place. Import it. Okay. And your children is going to be of type react node. Okay, that's it. And here I'm going to have my state, whether or not if it is in a show state or a set show state. So I'm going to say const show comma set show is going to be equals to use state. Initially it's going to be set to false over here. Next I'm going to say const select place equals to access the use place store and call that method, that is s dot your select place. That's it. Next here I'm going to say return. I'm going to say span over here. We're going to have a strong tag and then show all of the children within this. So pass on the class name for this. It's going to be text of pine, underline, decoration is going to be dotted, decoration is going to be 1. Okay, next apart from strong, I'm going to say if at all your show is present, then go ahead and then show that specific card. So basically, as I told, let's say anything is going to be underlined over here, and once you hover over it, we're going to show that specific card right over here at this point with the image, rating and the name of the place. So here I'm going to have a span. Within this, I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my place dot your photo URL, if it's present, then go ahead and then show that particular image. So your src is going to be equals to your place dot photo URL, and alternate, it's just going to be place dot name. All right, next I'm going to say class name, height of 28, width of full, rounded of LG, object is going to be cover. Okay, Next, I'm going to say span over here, and it's going to be your place.name. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to be empty of 1.5. Block. Font is going to be display. Text of SM. Text is going to be of ink. Next, similarly, if at all the place.rating is present, then go ahead and then show that. So for that, I'm going to have a span tag. Here I'm going to say place dot your rating dot to fixed to be of 1, and then I'm going to add the star over there. So you can try to add it just like this. Format once, and for the outermost span, I'm going to give the class name. It's going to be relative, inline block, and cursor is going to be pointer. And on mouse enter, we're going to set it to be of true, that is show place. So set show to be of true. On mouse leave, we're going to set it to be of false. And this is the one. Here I'm going to say set show of false. Next, on click, here I'm going to say select place to be of place dot your place ID. And for this one, it's going to be absolute positioning. So yes, absolute, left of 0, top is going to be a full, Z of 20 is at index, empty of 1, width of 56 for the card, rounded is going to be XL. It's going to have a border and then border line, BG of paper, some internal spacing padding of 2, and a specific shadow. I'll be adding the shadow code. You can take a look at it. Save. Okay, there you go. So this part is done. We can come back to the chat panel and then we can import your place hover card. Save the file. Okay, so let me just connect it to my iPhone. Yeah, now it's working. So yeah, this part is done. So now we can come back to the chat panel and we can implement that functionality. That is going to be your handle send method. So what exactly it's going to happen? We're going to start writing the code for that. Okay, so come back to chat panel. Yeah, so it's in the same file itself. So over here, we're going to have two things. One is to load the existing conversation if we landed on chat and then trip ID. So let's say if at all they press on the second chat, it should go into /chat/ID and all that particular conversation should be loaded. Okay, so that part is remaining as well as your handle send. So here I'm going to say async function handle send. It's not going to have any parameters over here. I'm going to say const text is going to be equals to your input dot trim, and if not of text or is streaming, I'm just going to say return. And I'm going to create an active trip ID that is going to be equals to your trip ID. All right. So now the next step is we're going to lazily create the trip on your first message. So this is basically going to avoid your empty trip rows from people who load our chat. From people who load your /chat and never actually send anything. So for that, I'm going to check if not of your active trip ID. Then here I'm going to say try. Let's try to create a new trip. So first of all, catch of error. I'm going to say console.error failed to create a trip. Here I'm going to say const new trip is going to be equals to await your create trip, call it from the API trips folder. Here I'm going to say text.slice of 0, 60, the first 60 characters, and your active trip ID is going to be equals to your new trip.id. And I'm going to also set the trip ID to be of your active trip ID. Next, I'm going to say window.history dot, we're going to say replace state, and we're going to have in your chat / your trip ID. That's going to be just like this. Okay, so the user is going to see something like this, that is chat and then that specific unique ID, that's going to be your trip ID. Once that's done, I'm going to say on trip created dot, there's going to be a callback of your active trip ID. So yes, that's pretty much it. So that's the starting point of your handle send method. Okay, so now the next step is to actually start your chat animation, so that some kind of animation is going to be shown towards the left hand side, so that is going to be shown to the user. So for that, I'm going to say start chat. This is coming from your use Play Store, by the way. As you can see, it's already imported. You're going to say start chat of that specific text. Okay, next I'm going to say set your input to be of empty, and let's try to create your history. That's going to be equals to your messages dot map for every message. Initialize your role, that is going to be m.role, and your content is going to be your m.your content. So this is to build your conversation history. So this is going to convert your message into an array of objects containing your role and your assistant. Okay, just like this. So this part is done. So now the next step is to add the messages immediately. So we're going to set the messages over here. So I'm going to say set messages, access your previous value. Okay, here I'm going to say include whatever is there within your previous. Your role is going to be of your user, and content is going to be of text. And here I'm going to say role is going to be of assistant. Wrong spelling, assistant. Okay, and content is going to be initially empty over here. Here I'm going to say set your is streaming to be of true. So now once your is streaming is set to be true, this is going to be disabled. That's the button, because the user cannot enter anything next, because something is working on the AI part. So now the next step is to actually save the user message to your backend. Here I'm going to check if at all your active trip ID is present. Then I'm going to say save message, call it from the trips of your active trip ID. It's going to take in all of these parameters, your text and your initial empty array. I'm going to say dot catch over here itself, comma error. I'm going to say console dot error, failed to save user message with that specific error. So yeah, this part is done. So now next, let's try to initialize some variables to collect the overall response and show it to the user side. So we're going to have two things, that is your final content as well as the final places. You can initialize it just like this. Next, I'm going to have my try and then your catch block. So try and then catch of, let's say, error. I'm going to say console dot error, chat stream failed with that specific error, and I'm going to set the previous messages to be of this. You can take a look at it. Okay, and over here next I'm going to say finally block, set your is streaming to be of false. So now let's come back to your try block over here. We are directly going to start the streaming part. We have already defined the function for this. I'm going to say await your stream chat imported from lib API and then chat. So this is basically going to connect to the backend and start receiving the streamed events. Okay, so this is going to take in two things, that is your text as well as your history. Okay, here I'm going to say event, and furthermore I'm going to check for which type of event it is. That is, we're going to first of all handle the text events. So whenever Claude streams the text, the code is going to append to the final content and update the assistant message in live. I'm going to check if my event.type is going to be equals to, as you can see, as soon as I pressed on equals to, all of these three types are going to be present, because that's how we have given the types. All right, so I'm going to first of all check for the text. I'm just going to say final content plus equals to event dot your content, append it. So once that's done, you're going to update the state. So I'm going to say set messages to be of whatever is there in the previous. So just how we did it in the catch block, we're going to do the similar step over here. Okay, I'm going to check if my previous dot length is going to be equals to 0. Then in that case, just go and then return the previous value. Next, let's try to build up the updated messages. That's going to be whatever is there within your previous. Your last message is going to be equals to your updated of updated dot length minus 1. Here I'm going to say updated of updated dot length minus 1 equals to whatever is there in the last, comma your content, that's going to be last dot content plus your event dot content. And finally over here we're going to say return your updated value. So that's how we're going to update this. Okay, next, similarly, if at all your event dot type is equals to places, we're going to add that over here. So I'm going to say else if event dot type equals to places, I'm going to add the initial steps, that is your final places is going to be equals to your final places, and then add in your event dot places over here. Okay, so I think we also need to provide in the type for this. That's the reason it's erroring out. It's going to be of type place. So again, next, similarly, we're going to set the messages as we have done previously. I've added it over here. You can take a look at it. So this is going to store them in your final places and add the map pins using the add place. So that's what we have done it over here. And it's also going to attach them to the assistant message, that is with the help of the state. Okay, so finally let's handle the error part of it. Okay. So if at all the backend streams any kind of error while showing the details, the assistant message displays that error instead of remaining blank. So I'm going to check else if your event dot type is going to be equals to error. Then here I'm going to say final content is going to be equals to your final content or your event dot message. Again, with the help of set messages, I'm just going to update the state as we have done previously. Okay, so yeah, let's try to save the file. And over here, I'm going to check if at all your active trip ID is present. Then I'm going to call the save message of your active trip ID, comma your assistant, comma your final content, and your final places dot, I'm going to say catch of that specific error. Here I'm going to say console.error. It's going to be failed to save assistant message. Let's pass on that specific error. So yeah, this part is done. So now we can move on to the next step, that is to write your use effect, that is to load all of the history if at all they press on any kind of chat that they have already chatted with. Okay, so let's go on to the top and then let's start defining your use effect. So here I'm going to say use effect. So this is going to be dependent upon your initial trip ID, and then add place, your start chat, and then your on trip created callback. Here first of all, on to the top, I'm going to check if not of your initial trip ID or has loaded history dot your current value, then try to return. Next I'm going to say has loaded history dot current is going to be equals to true. Here I'm going to have an async function Okay, and I'm just gonna call the function over here itself like an if. Here let's try to have a try block and then a catch block as well with a specific error message. I'm gonna say console.error. I'm gonna say failed to load trip history with that specific error. And finally I'm gonna say set your is loading history to be of false. That's it. Within your try block, let's try to initialize the trip. Const trip is gonna be equals to await get trip imported from your trips of your initial trip ID. Next I'm gonna say const loaded messages, that's gonna be of type message, that's defined above, equals to, I'm gonna say trip dot messages dot map for every message over there. Give your role, that's gonna be m dot role as your user or assistant. I'm gonna say content is gonna be your m dot content, places is gonna be m dot places as place. Okay, that's how you're going to load the messages. Once it's loaded, we need to set it into state, so those messages are going to be shown onto the UI. So set messages of the loaded messages and on trip created of your initial trip ID. Alright, so next I'm going to also initialize it for the all places, that's going to be equals to your loaded messages. Make it the flat map and here access your places if not a empty array. Check the condition, that is if at all your all places dot length is greater than 0, that means if at all something is present, then here I'm going to say your start chat of your trip dot destination, else it's going to be your trip dot your title. Okay, next I'm going to say all places for each, for every value I'm going to say add place to be of that specific value. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, this step is done and we can give your handle send over here, that is to your on press, by the way. So where we have your a button, I'm going to say on click, not on press, handle send. Yeah, so our backend is running, even the front end is also running. We can try to give this a try. Let's uncomment this because handle send is present now, and let's see what exactly happens, once I press on the chat. Alright, so we are getting something went wrong generating a response, as you can see. So let's check out what exactly is the issue. In the chat panel we have a issue, it says cannot read properties of undefined data on line number 32. Okay, in lib API trips.ts. So let's also check out any issues for the backend over here. Okay, yeah, there is some issues. Okay, it says exception in ASGI application. First, let's see where exactly is the issue coming from. And even over here we have an attribute error, client object has no attribute postgres. Did you mean postgres? Okay, so come back to the backend part and then let's look into this. So let me just check out my previous code for your get user client. So access token of string for the client. Okay, so it's gonna be postgres. Okay, my bad, that's a typo issue. Let's try to save the file. And one more thing is, let me just check if at all my Anthropic is added. Okay, it's not added. I'll be adding that and then I'll be again, running this. Let's see what exactly happens. Alright, so this part is done. I've just fixed this up. So make sure it should be Postgres and not Postgres. And also I've not added my API key. Now it's added. So I'll just be, trying this out once again. Reload. And let's see what exactly happens. Alright, so still we're getting an issue. Okay, so this issue still remains, and in the backend, let's see if at all any other issue is present. Okay, so it says Postgres exceptions API error, could not find the places. Okay, I think there is some spelling mistake again because places spelling is wrong. Yeah, so let me just check out my previous project. What exactly is present for trip service? Yeah, so it should be places. And places. Okay, let's search if at all it is there anywhere in the application. Yeah, it's not there. We've confirmed that. I think apart from that, that's it. So now let's give this one more try. Reload it again, and as you can see, now we are coming into your unique chat ID. Previously it was not present, and it's also trying to load the conversation. Let's say new chat. Okay, now let's again give this prompt itself. Let's see what happens. And boom, as you can see, AI is thinking, and there you go. Just like that, everything is working fine. We're able to see all of the details being shown. It's completely scrollable, and it's giving all of the details for your 5 days itinerary to Kyoto under $1,500 budget. There you go. Just like that, everything is worked out properly fine. So the chat part is working properly fine. And as you can see over here in the URL, it also generated a new ID for this specific chat. Okay, this is showing properly fine. So this is working properly fine. Okay, this step is complete. So now next we can actually come back to, so the next part is designing two things. One is your map part and one is your itinerary part. So that we're going to be doing in parts 2, because yeah, my Mac is almost out of space. I cannot record more than this. We can just implement simple things, that is to show all of the trips over here as you saw in the demo part or in the screenshot as well. So I'll be adding the code for that. So that's going to happen within your chat sidebar. All right, let's first of all come back to the chat sidebar.tsx. I think we have left some empty space to code that out. So first of all, let's try to call the use effect, and over here I'm gonna have your path name. It's gonna be dependent upon your path name. So here I'm gonna say const path name is gonna be equals to your use path name. Okay, it's already there, my bad. And within use effect, call your load trips, not load trips, your list trips. It's already defined from your API trips dot then I'm just going to say directly set trips, and here I'm going to say dot catch of error. I'm going to say console dot error failed to load trips with that specific error message. And here I'm going to say dot finally set is loading trips to be of false. Okay, so now next I'm also going to add a use effect that is going to help in auto cancelling the delete confirmation after 3 seconds, so it doesn't stay onto the screen. Okay, so I'll be adding that right over here. You can take a look at it. Next, for your async function, it's going to be for logout. And here there is no parameters as of now. I'm going to say const superbase equals to create client imported from your server, your client. Next I'm going to say await superbase dot use the auth, and then we can directly call your sign out method. That is going to be this one. Next I'm going to say router dot push to be of /. Okay, so I'm also going to write the function for deleting the trip. I'm going to say async function handle delete click. Okay, this is going to be of type event. That is going to be your react dot your mouse event and your trip id, that is going to be of string. First of all, I'm going to say e dot your prevent default. Next e dot your stop propagation. Okay, and I'm going to check if at all your confirming id is not equals to trip id, then set the state and then return. Okay, next I'm going to say set your confirming id to be of null. Next I'm going to say const was active trip is going to be equals to your path name equals to your /chat, and then / in case of backticks over here it's going to be trip id, by the way. So trip id. Next here I'm going to say set trips to be of access your previous value, and then filter out the trip that was deleted with the help of the filter method and by using the id. So here your t dot id should not be equals to the trip id. Okay, next here just call the method that is your delete trip. It's already defined. Here your catch block, catch of error, I'm going to say console dot error failed to delete your trip with that specific error. And here I'm going to say list trips dot then. So this is to restore on failure. That's the reason I'm just calling this. And within your try block I'm going to say await, call your delete trip method of your trip id, and if was active trip id I'm going to say router dot push to be of your chat. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's come back over here. So we need to add the code for your not off is collapsed. Okay, logout is added. Next, below the nav I'm just going to add, if at all it's not collapsed, we're going to have this specific design. So yeah, that's going to be just like this. That is all of the recent trips. If at all is loading trips, then it's going to be loading. And if at all trips.length is equals to 0, you're going to say no chats yet. If at all you do have more than one trip, then show the design for that trip. Okay, and once you press on any chat, it's going to go into that specific trip id as we just saw over here, just like this. Correct? So come back over here and I'm going to say save, and boom, just like that we had two conversations. Okay, that is 5 day in Kyoto. So yeah, there is some issue while loading the conversations. Once you press on new chat, it should work properly fine. Okay, so again if I come to chat over here, as you can see there is some issue while loading. Let me check if at all there is any issue in the backend. Yeah, here there is a status code of 200. Alright, but we are not able to see the trip details. Let's verify in Superbase if at all everything is getting stored. So there you go, 2 trips are already stored over here. And if at all I check my chat messages, yes, even this is also stored. As you can see, role of user assistant, everything is working properly fine. Yeah, but we just need to get the details. So let's see what is going wrong within your, let's say, chat workspace. Alright, so just let's try to add some kind of error messages over here. That's with respect to the catch block, and let's see what exactly is the issue. Come back over here, right click, inspect, console. Okay, nothing seems to happen. It just says it's gonna load. Over here nothing is happening. I don't think there's any error over here. So alright, let's come back to your chat panel.tsx, and here, not chat panel, your chat workspace, and where we are rendering your chat panel. Okay, so your on trip created is going to be equals to your handle trip created, and let's try to initialize this over here. It was not done, so const handle trip created is going to be equals to a use callback hook. It's going to take an id of string. It's going to have empty dependency array, and I'm going to say set your trip id over here to be of that specific id. Okay, so we're just trying to wrap your set trip id in a use callback, so it's going to be a stable reference over here. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so there is one more issue with the chat panel.tsx. We're actually trying to call this if is loading history before your use effect. So this is like an early return that's going to be present above use effect, that is this one. Okay, so we're going to place it a little more below. So in this case, our use effect is going to be placed after the early return, which means React sometimes is going to skip it entirely. So we're going to move all of the early return after your hooks part. So let's say we're going to paste it onto the bottommost part. That is going to be over here. Okay, so yeah, I think this is a good fix. And bug 2 is going to be your on trip created in your dependency array. We are going to remove that is within your use effect. Yep, I think these are the required things. Also, this on trip created is a new function reference on every render of the screen, causing the effect to refire, and your has loaded history that we have is going to keep on resetting. Okay, so remove that part, and then let's try to save the file. Let's give this one more try. Come back to Chrome. Okay, so now we are getting some issues. So yeah, let's try to fix this up, and in the backend, method is get. Yeah, even in the backend we do have some issues. As you can see, status code is 422. So yep, let's look into what exactly is the issue. So the issue is finally fixed. It was again a typo issue. So here I had written trip id, that is in camel case, but your fast API couldn't match it because the function parameter is trip underscore id. So that's the reason your trip id was missing as a query parameter. So just change this, and yeah, as you can see over here, we are able to see the history over here. Okay, and as you can see, even the hover is working properly fine. Previously we didn't test that out, and even Tor Club Kyoto, we have all of the details. It's working properly fine. And there you go, we can see all of the temples, this, that. So this is basically your hovering card that's going to be shown, and you can also try to delete it as well. Let's say we're going to delete this one, and boom, just like that, that got deleted from our specific chat window. Okay, so yeah, this part is finally done. So now the next step we're going to look into is your itinerary bit as well as your map. As you can see, as soon as I pressed on itinerary, everything went off because it is in an itinerary check mode. Again, come back to chat, it's going to show the details. Okay, so that's going to be the next step. We're going to look into the chatting part, I mean your map showing part over here towards the right hand side, and all of your pins and your itinerary part. That's going to be done in part 2. It's going to be pretty simple. And yes, that's it about part 1. If you found this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. You can also test this out with more queries and more kinds of different places. It's going to work properly fine for any query you give, that is for any place. Okay, so that's it about this video. Let's see in the next one. That's part 2. Thank you for watching. Do subscribe for more.